All right. Hi, guys. I'm going to tell you what's going on for August. And August is an interesting month. There's going to be some tension, some frustration, but this is really showing us where we can grow. And actually, I think this month is all about where we've been moving from emotional survival and then recognizing where we can move more so from emotional sovereignty. Because there's major energies where we're really emerging into more of our truer selves, more of our higher selves. And there's going to be triggers this month that, help us kind of recognize like our truer selves at a deeper level and what's really important to us moving forward. But I always love August because it is a beautiful manifesting month. It's the Lionsgate portal energies. It's the galactic new year in the first 28 days of the magnetic moon, where you're planting all those seeds. And this is the year of the resonant seed, where we're planting the seeds of who we're becoming, especially in the first 28 days. And we don't really know who we're going to be yet, but it's really our job to slow down and to go within ourselves to, see what we really want to become. And the next 28 days of this magnetic moon cycle, we're planting the seeds of who we're becoming. So the first 28 days, and I think August is always a beautiful manifestation month, we're getting into alignment with that vision. And we need to slow down and kind of go in to really figure out that vision of who we're becoming, because it's up to us to really discover who we're even becoming. We're creating who we are becoming every single day by going within first. And it's all about connecting to your original core frequency first, because that is what's going to be the most powerful, is making sure you're in alignment and you are kind of radiating your true essence and your higher self out, because this is where we're planting the seeds for massive change and a massive new cycle that we're stepping into, more so in 2026. So we're planting these seeds, and especially the first 28 days of the galactic new year. This is a really special year because we're on the, mystical tomb track. So these are like amplified energies to really manifest more of what you want. We need to slow down and kind of get into our own energy and frequency and be more in alignment with our own energy and frequency and the synchronistic flow that we'll find out in the world from there, with that. Because if we slow down and get into ourselves, life will rearrange itself around us. We have to get in touch with our inner vision and our inner knowing. And that's kind of like the roots that we're really planting this year. We're getting in touch with that vision in such a firm way, especially, for August. So we can plant really deep roots with who we're becoming. And it's less about being in the mind with thinking things out. We really do want to be in the heart and even just feel emotionally like what is nurturing us, what is really satisfying to us, what path feels the best, and even with people like feel their energy. Don't just like think out their energy. That's the compass. We need to be feeling out our direction. So if you're feeling overwhelmed sometime this month, which there will be, probably a part of this month where you might be, literally go outside and like hug a freaking tree. Because I did that yesterday and so many people were feeling so chaotic. And I just switched to a coffee French press. I was doing the Nespresso pods, and those have just so much less caffeine in them. Those, I don't even know if those have caffeine in them like, compared to the French press. But like I was drinking, I drank a bunch of coffee and it had way too much caffeine. And then I drove around LA, and that's terrifying, by the way. Like driving in around LA, like highly caffeinated, is really, really actually a terrifying experience. And I don't know if my intuition was also just amplified, because our intuition is also going to be amplified during this time. So we kind of listen up. But yeah, I was like feeling so freaking nervous, just like parked in this one center, in this one, part of the curb. And then this car was just zooming up right behind me where the cars are parked, where the cars are supposed to be parked. He's just zooming in that lane. And then he swerves like last minute. I'm like, what am I doing out here? What am I doing out here? I need to go home. So go hug a tree, go to a park, go walk around, go put your feet on the ground, take off your shoes because we don't want rubber or anything, and ground. And I swear to God, like I just forgot like sometimes how powerful that can be. I was there for 30 minutes and it just you feel so calm after, and you feel so connected and you feel so at peace. Oh yeah. Also kind of get into your heart and kind of, gratitude and breathe with your heart because, that's you getting into your heart and staying out of the mind, which will constantly kind of go and drive you nuts and not get you anywhere. So you need to get into your heart and you'll find that inner peace and just that inner knowing so easily. And you just feel so relaxed. So do not underestimate hugging a tree. You need to go hug a tree and get into your heart and go outside, be in one with nature, get off of social media, and connect with yourself, because that's the only way that you're really going to receive and be in your power. And allowing yourself to be in your bigger self is when you're in that calm state, is when you're really centered in your heart. All right, so let's get into it for all the signs. So you want to look at your sun sign to check out your soul, your life force energy. The sun sign is your core identity and kind of that bigger soulful direction that you're going in for that fulfillment. You can recognize where your willpower is and what's going to give you more of your vitality, where you can act more with purpose and direction from acting with that purpose. Because manifesting actually only works the fastest is when we are manifesting from soul. And you can only do that when you're in that heart-centered space, after doing a meditation or if you're just making sure that you're there for most of the day. But manifesting from soul, things will come in really, really fast, If you're manifesting from the ego, then, if it's not meant, it might not be meant for you, or, things like it might not take forever to come in. And then you're kind of wasting your time and not kind of going in the best direction for you anyway. Okay, so if you want to look at your sun sign, this is your life force energy. This is your core identity and the direction that you're going in on, the bigger, broader perspective of life. But this is where you can look at if you are struggling to find meaning and purpose in life, where you can kind of get more guidance and direction to go in the best direction that's really meant for you. But this is essentially like the inner core of ourselves that we're developing throughout our lives so we can fully step into it, by the end of our lives, because that is where we can shine the best. It also does have to do with like your career and your calling in life. And whatever, like it'll give you purpose. And you want to look at your moon sign, because this is going to give you the inner dialogue that's going on. The moon is the anchor of your perception in this reality, in this matrix. So sometimes we're not always conscious of the story that we're internally telling ourselves. So looking at your moon sign, you can become aware of this story consciously, unconsciously that you're telling yourself. So you can find that inner alignment so you can be the most magnetic possible towards your manifestations. And if you are having trouble in your personal life, then you want to look at your moon sign too, because that'll be the most accurate. And then your rising sign is objectively the most accurate, because it is the objective point of view of your life. It is, if people like say your friend or say whoever's like watching your life, they're going to see it as your rising sign. So this is usually where it's the most accurate, if you move, if you change relationships, if anything big happens in life, that's why it's like the most accurate sign to look at, because that's where events, kind of happen. But yeah, I say looking at all three is good. So you can kind of get that holistic perspective to manifest your reality in the best way. All right, Leo. So first off, we have Mars going into your third house, which is all about communication. It's all about your everyday life. It's the way you think, it's the way you communicate, and there's going to be extra energy here. So you can get a lot of daily tasks done. You can declutter things. You can kind of organize. You can, post a lot on social media or writing or whatever you do on a daily basis to make it more harmonious. Because with this opposition to Saturn and Neptune in the ninth house, you're majorly getting realigned in a really big way with who you're becoming for the long term. The ninth house is this bigger vision that we're getting in tune with, and we're getting in tune with it in a way where we're tuning into our philosophies and our trust and what we believe ourselves of being able to achieve. Our beliefs are everything right now. Our beliefs create our reality in such a powerful and magical way. And it's up to us to really reprogram ourselves so we can step into this bigger, bolder adventure out in the world. Because the ninth house is how we can be on our Dharma timeline. It's how we can step into more of an adventure and expand our worldview and step more into leadership roles, mentorship roles, being a teacher, traveling the world. And we need to go tune in first and discover what is our meaning and purpose in life, and how can we be more in alignment with that, and how can we move like that in our everyday lives. How we speak to ourselves is very important. How we think every day, and every action that we take is very, very important with manifesting our entire reality. Our thoughts create our reality. So I think this is majorly maybe just rewiring of ourselves so we can firmly have more of these bigger beliefs of what we can achieve out in the world and change our everyday life in order to fit that. And I really love this air trine because this is really social. There's people that we're connecting with that are, expanding our world in a certain way. The 11th house is our hopes, our dreams, and our wishes. And it's time to be curious. It's time to see who we want to connect with and who we're maybe magnetized towards, whether it's an idea or maybe even a humanitarian cause or some sort of social media platform. Follow our curiosity and, play around, or follow your curiosity and try things out with going in this bigger direction that can take you towards your hopes and your dreams and your wishes in a lot easier way. Uranus can bring in sudden connections or sudden opportunities. And the most important thing is us being in alignment and at the right frequency so we can connect with the right people and, receive the best ideas so we can go in this bigger direction. And then Pluto in the seventh house, that's, magnetizing in the right relationships and repelling out the wrong relationships. But at the same time, we're going through this evolution with our relationships so we can uncover, who's going to really help us or, be powering us up to be that best version of us out in the world. So there can definitely be strong relationships that come in that help transform you so you can step onto this bigger mission and this bigger goal. So I love it. You might be getting rid of, old beliefs that are heavy or dense. This might be a realigning of a path, like what you thought was your path. Maybe it was maybe it wasn't as grounded in reality as you would have hoped. So this is kind of a reality check too. So we can really ground our plan and our vision into reality at the same time. And then we have a full moon in Aquarius, and that's going to kind of amplify this energy. So there is, there is like a restructuring happening here with maybe even projects for the long term and what we do on a daily basis. But we're also evolving to the next level when it comes to our significant relationships. There might be something that we thought about significant relationships that was a part of our vision and our plan. And now we need to rework that and go internal with what do we really want and how can we be more truthful and more honest with that? Because this is also the relationship access, and this is the access when there's heavy transits going on. You can get into debates with people, but those debates can bring that wisdom that you really need. So you can find more relationships that are going to be more balancing, for the long term. So there's a spotlight on relationships. You're becoming aware with relationships in a very big way, but it's so you can really have this powerful evolution in the new era with more balance and harmony with the right relationships. And then Mercury is going to be going direct in your first house. There's probably been exes coming back. There's been a big revision of just you going internal and discovering who are you now and how can you allow yourself to really just be bolder, be more courageous, be unapologetic with who you truly are, and stepping into this bigger version of yourself. And it doesn't actually have to be bigger. It actually just has to be authentic. With this Mercury retrograde, you can really see like where you weren't being authentic. And it could be through relationships coming your way. It could be some information coming your way, or just like just some sort of click or light bulb moment where there was some sort of misalignment with you, where you can step into more alignment and more of who you truly are. So you can go out and conquer the world in the easiest way possible, because authenticity and just alignment is the most important thing. And then, there's going to be a lot less, of frustrations and delays and just slowing down, when Mercury goes direct. So you're moving forward. And then Saturn and Uranus are going to make a nice sextile. So this is kind of nice. There could be something in like a new idea, a new friendship group, just some sort of new inspiration that kind of comes your way. That's actually, kind of opens up your world to what you're doing here in the ninth house and how you're being in alignment with your meaning and purpose. I love Uranus as this master manifestation planet. You should be a master manifester and really looking into that in general. And Uranus can really attract something in that's really, really special. That brings in a lot of stability for the longer term. These are slow moving transits, and we're going through a transformation in these areas of life, slowly and steadily. But with Saturn in Aries, it's not about going fast to really make that structure. It's more so creating a structure that is from your heart and in true alignment with who you really are. And then Venus is conjuncting Jupiter in the 12th house. If you've been needing to get some spiritual guidance or something, you could really get the best spiritual guidance with this kind of alignment. With Jupiter in the 12th anyway, like going to a psychic, going to an astrologer, going to just some sort of spiritual path can give you that deeper insight in a really big way with your overall direction with where you're going, because we're getting into alignment with our subconscious and our higher selves even. So we can find more of that expansion within, and then, go out in a way more powerful way. So you could be receiving, you could get a really awesome reading, or you could also be receiving just such powerful intuition, and your intuition is definitely amplified right now. Paying attention to your dreams and then the signs and the synchronicities. There's just this otherworldly connection with the greater whole right now. And it's very important to be, out in nature and maybe journaling, connecting with your inner world. So you can receive that guidance from your higher self with what's going to be the best and most expansive path for you, because this can bring in a lot of stability in your inner world, and even financially. Actually, like this could be you working on a passion project behind the scenes that would bring in a lot of financial stability later. The 12th house is behind the scenes. It's stuff the world doesn't see, sometimes what you don't see, and you might have some sort of like internal wisdom when it comes to money and relationships, and how you can really be in alignment with what you want to create, and just get that inner knowing so you can create it moving forward. What else could this be? Yeah, just, maybe just a major awakening, major releasing of the past, and, forgiveness and internal healing. This is majorly like self-mothering energy. So you just feel that internal satisfaction, and you just feel so much calmer, and you have that knowing of that wider direction that you're going in. So really pay attention. I love it. It's really beautiful. I think it could be clearing up a lot of just the, confusion internally that we might have been feeling with Saturn and Neptune that has been in the 8th house, where we're finding our ground, finally, and like really finding that solidness within us so we can radiate out in the world in such a more expansive way, because this is connecting to oneness and everything and everyone. And you could be, this could be the time where you receive some sort of idea or inspiration that is, completely different, but so you feel the need to create it because, that's just from your higher self. That's what you're meant to do. And that's what's going to bring you either a lot of money or the right relationships, or just get you in alignment with your overall path. And then Virgo season, there's going to be a focus more so on money and income and resources, and what do we need for that material stability. And the South Node is here, so we're releasing, a lot of what we thought we needed for that material stability and security, and getting rid of the old so we can kind of step into this bigger version of ourselves too. But this is putting a spotlight on our finances, and how can we maybe go through an adjustment with our finances. We can release any lack or limiting mindsets, because as soon as you release the lack or limiting mindsets, then there's so much more expansion with the ways that abundance can really flow into your life. And then there's a new moon here. So it's really, really nice. This could be a new beginning with planting seeds for financial success and abundance for your future, because it's going to have a nice square, like nice square, or a square is always jolting. It's a Mars aspect. So it can, sometimes like if you might be doing a job or something that's really not meant for you, the square would just be like, nope, like, and knock it out possibly. But I love Uranus in the 11th house, because it's receiving that higher knowledge with the bigger picture, with your hopes and dreams, with where you're actually supposed to be going. So you could receive a really, abundant idea and start planting seeds for that in the future. Or maybe a friend comes your way and it opens up your world in a whole new way. What else could this be? Friend coming in randomly and giving you a really good compliment, and it majorly boosts up your self-worth. Because our self-worth is definitely tied to our income. So yeah, and this is planting seeds so we can have a boost with our income and with our self-worth and with our material resources that we feel like we need now, and what we really value. Maybe this is shaking up the ways we used to value things, so we can elevate our values so they're more in alignment with this bigger direction that we're going in. And then lucky us, Venus is entering the 1st house. So that's going to make us very magnetic, very attractive. We're going to be very charismatic, and we can really receive more of what we want. And if you've been wanting to manifest a relationship, it's going to be a lot easier to attract one in. If you've been wanting to manifest anything in life, this is the time to do it. You can really have a glow up. And, Mercury was retrograde here. So now you're moving forward with that glow up. And, Venus can make it happen in a really easy way, where you can step into more of your true power and more of your true confidence with who you really are. And then, Uranus is going to make a sextile to Neptune. So this is interesting. This is So different. This is giving us, you know, information into the new vision and the new identity that we're really stepping into. Because Neptune, it brings us the vision, like in Aries, that's our identity and that's our self-empowerment. um Neptune can be delusion too sometimes, or just us, and as long as we're breaking out of the delusion, then we can set our sights higher to a more realistic delusion. Being delulu is actually really, really powerful, but sometimes you need to make adjustments to your manifestations. And yeah, there could be, just a random connection coming your way, a random idea, a new hope, a new dream. But it might be, just breaking you out of the box in a very playful way. So you can go in this bigger direction in the new era. So yeah, maybe it helps you. Uranus helps you look at the future. So maybe there's a way you were clinging on to the past when it comes to ideals or beliefs. So you can release that and look towards the future and really be innovative, really be excited. So the cards that came out for you this month, breaking the chain, ancestral patterns, healing, rewriting the future. That's what could be majorly happening with Jupiter and Venus in the 12th house too. This could be major internal reflection to the past, and us fully recognizing, where we haven't been letting ourselves, really step into our true power. Because this is where the 12th house is where we break out of subconscious karma, where we're kind of running on autopilot throughout our lives. And a lot of that is through ancestry or just programming or whatever. But this is us freeing ourselves from that chain, recognizing we never actually had to be in that box. We were the ones keeping ourselves in that box. And I'm laughing because there's a meme that I'm going to post later today with a cat that's like stuck in a cage and it can't figure out how to get out, but the door is wide open and it's like right there. That's kind of like the 12th house. Like we just need to find that internal expansion so we see like more options, because if we don't do the inner work, like we kind of tend to have blinders on. So we can do the internal work so we can see that expansion and that vision in a way easier way, and how we can manifest that is a lot easy and more in alignment with who we truly are. And yeah, let the miracles happen. We are on our miracle timeline now, and it's all about accepting that and believing that. Ancient wisdom. Ancient wisdom is definitely, when you just know and you don't know how you know, that's what's coming online. And that's what will bring in the miracles. Because yeah, you could just be getting this knowing. Sometimes we don't really know why we feel things, but a lot of the time it is from either past lifetimes, and they could have been from on this planet or completely off of this planet, but it's that soul knowing of all the lifetimes. And if you pay attention to those feelings, that's going to give you the guidance and let you know where you can go in the best direction. Because if you're feeling good, you're in alignment. If you're feeling bad, you're going in the wrong direction. And you're tuning into that ancient wisdom. And that ancient wisdom might lead to you creating things. See, this is like a seed of energy that she's holding that she's going to be able to manifest with later. And then the dragon came out. Reverse though. So you want to step into a mythical, magical creature. And you can, but you're not, there's been blocks where you haven't let yourself yet. But I think this month you're releasing those blocks so you can fully step into this mythical, magical dragon creature. And the dragons, I love the dragons because they release all the primordial fear, or all the fear that's, not real, here. There's a lot of fear. Anytime you're feeling fear or anxiety, that's actually just matrix programming. And when you can like get rid of the fear and really get into your heart, then you find that ultimate creator mode. So let me read the dragon. Oh, perfect. Seeing one's most truest self, balancing the ego. The dragon sees everything. It's or balancing the ego. Because yeah, we're getting rid of the old like ego that was outdated, so we can step up into this more like empowering version of ourselves slash ego. Because we'll all blah blah blah. We'll always have an ego. It is just about us having that healthy ego that allows us to radiate out in the world and to uplift people. You know, that is the healthiest ego and the one that's coming from love and from the heart. So, balancing out the ego. The dragon sees everything. Its essence has been with us since before our first breath, and we'll be there at our last. It watches us navigate the external world. Oh my God. Okay, I gotta slow down. Sorry. One more time. The dragon sees everything. Its essence has been with us since before our first breath and will be there at our last. It watches us navigate the external world as well as our inner world. When the dragon energy is awakened, we are courageous, visionary, and can easily drop into witness consciousness. It is almost as if we are traveling with a great friend inside of ourselves. When we look in the mirror deep into our eyes, we may even glimpse the self behind the self. And that's what we're doing this month. Oh my gosh, this is so perfect. The one who is watching us, this is the power of the dragon, breathing transformative fire into every cell of our body, witnessing the omnipotent energy for a brief moment. This helps us surrender and let go. We let the dragon guide us. We hop onto its back for a ride, and we traverse even the most difficult terrain. The dragon's eyes see beauty everywhere. It is said that if the yogi does not see the beauty in the world, their Agni is dimmed. Agni is described as inner fire or sacred intelligence. Maybe even the mention of the dragon stir the embers of the intelligence, or stirs the maybe even the mention of the dragon stirs the embers of intelligence within you. So yeah, this is so big. It's a bigger part of your soulful essence, like coming into your avatar. And it happens actually with you surrendering. With Saturn and Neptune here, it's less about needing control and needing to, with the plan, you actually just need to surrender more into your inner self and into your inner trust, with listening to your inner self and your inner world and listening to the passion, because the passion is what's guiding you in the right direction. And yeah, there's so much throughout life, we shut our soul speaking to us down. So this is a month where we're really listening to it, and it's amplified majorly, and it's going to lead us in the right direction. So sorry, maybe some of you are going to have some throat chakra activations too, recognizing where you did suppress your voice instead of just speaking your authentic truth, because that is going to be the most powerful thing, is to just say whatever you got to say, regardless of, you got to say your truth, that's, how you can be the most powerful. But yeah, you're aligning with your inner fire in a big way. So affirmations for you. I actually like, if you want to work with the dragons, you can summon the dragons in like whatever color you want. They have all the colors, and, just whatever way that intuitively like feels the best for you. You can say, I am affirmations. I am powerful. I am a visionary. I don't allow myself to dim my light anymore. I don't betray myself. My connection to my higher self is so strong and so powerful. I am always guided, by my higher self and by the universe for the greater good. All right. Thank you so much, Leo. Hi, Virgo. So let's get into it. What's happening for you this month? So we have Mars entering the second house, and this is going to give you a lot of passion and motivation with your resources. The second house is how we make money. It's our what we need for security and stability. This can really give us the drive to go earn more and really pump up our self-worth too. If we've been needing to go after a job or really apply for a position, this can give you that extra motivation, because I especially love how you have this nice this nice air trine to all your work houses. So if there's been adjustments that you've been needing to make with your career and your long-term goals and your structure, or maybe there's an idea to make money but you haven't implemented yet, this would be the time to really go after it and really feel good about going after it, because you have the energy to really do that. And then I love, or Mars in Libra, there can be really strong co-collaborations with others too. And I say that because Mars opposite Neptune and Saturn first, there might be a need to assert yourself when it comes to money and shared resources and relationships. I love Mars in Libra for creativity and, really acting towards your passions. But since this is the access of money and finances, maybe you need to have a discussion with some sort of co-collaborator or your partner, or, your partner romantically, or whatever one-on-one connection, so you can kind of restructure things in a better way. Saturn and Neptune retrograde in the 8th house, you're really going deep into your internal world of who you are. You're going to find the answers in the core of your being. And it's all about kind of doing that shadow work so you can shed what's not you. The 8th house is where we carry that shame, that guilt, resentments, our doubts, our fears that stop us from being great out in the world, where we can really, one sec. The 8th house is where we go deep and we remove everything that actually isn't us. The fear, the shame, the guilt, that's never really you. That is, okay. The 8th house is where we store, just that deep emotional programming that stops us from doing what we really want to do, because anything below, pride and anything below courage, like any of this stuff that has been stopping us from doing what we really want to do, isn't actually coming from us. It's not coming from our soul and our higher selves. So a good way to kind of restructure this is by taking small acts of courage to break through the fears and the doubts, because you are getting self-empowered in a major way right now. And the way that you're going to be the most self-empowered is to find that internally first. So you're connecting to your inner vision. You're getting rid of all the times that maybe you were disillusioned when it comes to these really strong connections or co-collaborations with others, because the 8th house is where we, merge with people intimately, emotionally, just in all aspects, mind, body, spirit, where we can cut through and get to the reality, be a little bit more realistic with who we're working with and work from that place of being self-empowered. So you're not feeling, you're not also giving too much of your time and energy away for free. You do have those boundaries out of self-love and self-acceptance and loving all parts of yourself, because that will make you the most magnetic possible and it'll attract all the right things into your life. So you might be getting some triggers or something. So this, can pull up where you didn't even realize you were storing stuff, so you can have more self-love and have a really firm foundation moving forward. And the 8th house is, where do you invest your time and your energy? And maybe there's a business idea where you want to invest your time and your energy, but this is a reevaluation of where is that going and how can it be more in alignment with your self-empowerment and where you're going for the long term. Because Saturn builds really, really slowly if you want to get the rewards. And with Saturn in Aries, Saturn in Aries wants to go fast, but that's not a good idea. You want to move slow and you want to move from the heart. You want to move from your heart and from self-love to create that more solid foundation. moving forward. So this could be a time of just a lot of compassion for yourself and a lot of forgiveness of the past and past entanglements. So you can release that. So you can recognize where you can have healthier relationships and co-collaborations moving forward. This is a great time also to kind of dive deep into any esoteric work or astrology or tarot. You can get some some great guidance this month. Maybe some of you are having such a heavy, intense clearing that, it allows you to speak up more in relationships and everything, because this is the relationship access. So it is evolving us out of karma when it comes to our relationships too. But also at the same time, it is looking towards the future and finding those people and those co-collaborators that you really trust, and you're going to know that you trust them by really trusting yourself. This is an extremely psychic house, and you could be extremely psychic now. So you trust yourself and really listen to yourself in that inner guidance and that inner knowing. And these bigger co-collaborations can actually, take you on the right trajectory with this bigger long-term goal that you're going after, and completely transform your daily life and how you go about it. So we also have the full moon in Aquarius. So there's a spotlight here on your 6th house, which is your health, your diet, your routines, exercise, and how can you have a powerful transformation here? What do you need to let go of where you were maybe just grinding too much? The 6th house is where we take on that physical karma, where we're maybe stuck in a material way of doing things that actually isn't serving us. And it could just be out of unconscious habit. We're sometimes we're always unconscious of the actions that we take until we bring an awareness around it. And then we can have a powerful transformation with how we can structure our daily lives and how we can work in a way that is actually freeing us and very supportive to the money that we want to make. And just very transformative to yourself in general, because there is a lot of power with the 6th house when you have empowering routines and empowering, diet, and you're co-collaborating with a group that is like pumping you up, then that's how you can be the most powerful. And so it's just, a spotlight, releasing the old of your everyday life and work possibly that's no longer fits you anymore, so you can have this powerful evolution and take on work, diets, routines that are going to really support you. And then Mercury direct in Leo. So you've kind of gone through it with Mercury in the 12th house. This is bringing awareness to what's going on in your subconscious, maybe, some fears, but stories from the past usually is what the 12th house. The 12th house is our subconscious karma, that, sometimes we're unaware of the subconscious. So this is bringing up stories to light that we have been telling ourselves that have been manifesting our reality. So this was a really powerful time to be journaling and connecting with your inner world and your higher self, so you can release the past and release the ways that you've been manifesting your life that isn't serving you anymore. So you can be a lot stronger moving forward. And then we have Saturn making a sextile to Uranus. So there's going to be some nice evolution with maybe new ideas with your career and your long-term goal and directions. You might be just trailblazing or trying something new, trying something different, being a little bit more rebellious with your reputation and just what you're known for. But this is what you're meant to be doing. You're meant to be following your curiosity, following your excitement, trying things out, being playful. But at the end of the day, really listening to what is authentically you, so you can have this powerful transformation and release a lot of the fears by action, actually, since your 8th house is ruled by Aries. I think you taking rebellious action out in the world can really release you from what you thought could go wrong or what they would think, that you realize it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. And I don't know why I feel called to say this, but short form content, like That is good practice. Like if you do want to, do social media or something out in the world, nobody cares about short-term, content. Like it takes up a minute of somebody's time, people scroll right past it, but you're starting it and you're realizing it's not that scary. You're putting yourself out there in a whole different way that feels right to you. And it's breaking you out of these fears. And then Uranus making a sextile to Neptune. Yeah, it's kind of looking at this just looks like a major awakening, it looks like there's new knowledge or like maybe a spontaneous idea or person that comes your way that kind of gets you out of illusions internally that you didn't even realize that you had before. And actually, this could be a powerful time where somebody comes your way, like a connection, an opportunity, even an idea where you decide this is where you want to manifest more of your time and your energy because it's in alignment with your dreams and with the way that you want to be self-empowered by working with others. Because the eighth house is where we're always, working with others. It's other people's money. And other people's money could be like ad revenue, passive income. It could be investments. It could be you making, that passive money also. Inheritances, stuff like that, where you can be really empowered and maybe see this whole new way to really create this financial stability. Or, yeah, okay. Because Scorpio energy, the eighth house is Scorpio energy, always it regains its power or just is able to hold its power by having a big security blanket. So being really mindful of where you can have that security for yourself to be more magnetic and to magnetize more abundance and yeah, stuff to you. Okay, so and then we have Venus conjunct Jupiter. You are so lucky with this one. Okay, so Venus conjuncting Jupiter in the 11th house. This is really, really nice. This is expansion with your hopes and your dreams and your wishes towards the future. Jupiter is bringing you a bigger vision and more wisdom so you can go after that vision. You are really, really lucky and you might be connecting with random people or receiving certain ideas. You could be going viral on social media and just receiving a big or just getting a really big boost. And yeah, it's beautiful. If you're single, this is going to be a really good time to be out and about with your friends, and there can just be a really strong relationship that comes your way that is meant to be because Jupiter is going to be trining the North Node later. So this could be just a big boost when it comes to your friendships and you're finding them really fulfilling. And if you've needed to change up your friendships, this is where you can, really connect with soul family that is so, just fulfilling and, really getting you going. And getting you going in the right direction. So I love that. This conjunction is happening right on Sirius too. So that's also really interesting. Sirius is our sun's spiritual sun that receives, at a higher dimension. So there can be some definitely like download or some sort of vision that you receive that does like open up your world in a whole different way. The 11th house is where we didn't think we could get out of the box, but we're even more so out of the box. So it could be very, very exciting with just a huge perspective shift that with this knowing that kind of puts you in a very destined direction when it comes to your hopes, your dreams, and your wishes, and the right connections. And then that's also like, I think a very spiritual connection can come in with that too. That is very, very magnetic and just very aligned. Soul connections, you just like know they seem familiar. You don't know why, and you just you hit it off right at the bat. There's some sort of like frequency match there. So with your friends, It seems like there's a major like frequency alignment. So you can have the right connections and supportive networks so you can go create a bigger impact out on the world stage. Anything else? I don't know. This is so exciting. Like romance, if you want romance, be out all month because it is looking good. And then, I mean, yeah, this is really, really beautiful. And if you've been wanting to be on a bigger mission and a bigger purpose, I think this can easily extend you to the next level. So make sure you're visualizing, make sure you're manifesting and being really in touch with that bigger possible vision. And this is like the vision beyond the vision. Don't downplay your vision at all, because that'll you'll just be cutting yourself off. You got to dream big, 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 big. And you might be getting in touch with that bigger soulful aspect of yourself that gives you that knowing. Also, okay, so and then it's Virgo season, and this is really powerful too. This could be a little shocking. Maybe there was in a good way, because there South Node in your first house, there's old roles, old identities that you've taken on, too much of a burden of certain things that you need to let go of anymore, more of now. You need to find relationships that are giving and either energetically, and they're lifting you up. And I just, yeah, Virgo, stop doing so much. Like, that's all I want to say. Virgo, stop doing so much. James Franco has a Virgo moon. He is so funny. Like, if you want to watch the interview, so funny. He needs to come back. But Virgos, you guys have that like quick wit and everything, and you're just like dead on point. Like, you guys are the funniest sign. But with the South Node in your first house, you are releasing where you didn't let yourself be playful in life, where you didn't let yourself be led by the magic. And this is all the responsibilities and the heaviness that you need to release so you can be just more so in that magical flow and in your natural quickness, because we're moving into a very quick era. And it's all about kind of getting back into that natural talent that you have, so you can go manifest in the easiest way possible out in the world and reshape your identity in a way that matches who you truly are and who you truly feel like you are on the inside, and bring it more so on the outside. Uranus might shake, bring in a random connection or idea, or just if you aren't aligned with, your bigger hopes and your dreams, this is where Uranus would like shake something up and be like, this is where you actually want to be going. This is the person that you need to be working with. Or Uranus, you can't predict. So, sometimes Uranus is chaotic, but it is the Fool, it is the Tower, it is the Star. If you have a Tower moment, that's your opportunity to have a Star moment. If you need to take a full moment, this is your opportunity to have a full moment, a new beginning. If you don't know the tarot, like the Fool is a new beginning and kind of leaping into it because you feel that instinct to do that. If you have a Tower moment, shocking, something getting taken away, your foundation being rocky, or just something being awakened even. Sometimes it's just an internal awakening. Then yeah, this is you realizing where you actually need to go, where you need to manifest the Star, focus on your vision, and focus on the future that you really want to create, in the identity that you want to step into. And then you're planting seeds for that identity. And I definitely suggest identity work so you can fully step into that version of yourself, and plant those seeds. And just do it, do identity work. And identity work is powerful because you can write, who you've been in the past and what you need to let go of. So you release that or burn it, if you want to be extra, celebratory with it. And then you visualize who you're becoming. And then you just decide to step into that version every single day, So identity work is really, really powerful for that new moon. And then we have Venus moving into Leo. So that's going to kind of highlight your subconscious. You're going to have a stronger connection with your higher self. If you've been needing to get like a psychic reading or an astrology reading, this you would receive, a better one than normal. Um, if you if you've been needing to work behind the scenes on a passion project, um, this is your ability to be super, super creative and go hermit mode and really just be in connection with your higher self. And also it's good to go hermit mode to just be connected to what's really what is meaningful to you at that soul level. What do you value at that soul level? And recognize that now so you can be a very powerful manifester out in the world and just be so connected to that vision so you can manifest it in a really easy way when Venus goes into your sign in, 3 weeks after. Okay, so you are birthing a new age, creating new creations, dreaming a new world into being. Yep, this is, with so much 12th house action, you are connecting to your higher self and to your imagination. The imagination is a tool and you have to exercise it so it's strong, because otherwise our imagination can dim a little bit or not work so well. And what I found is like getting into the heart and really feeling things. So your imagination, it does make your imagination work better. And sometimes you just got to feel whatever. So it gets the vision going and then it can get stronger and stronger. But that's basically you connecting to your higher self, in a way. Or you could script or you can journal. Any way that you connect with your inner world, meditate, is going to be really, really powerful because that's where the new vision is coming from. You're getting it internal first so you can birth it into your reality. And then divine masculine is coming out. So electric, active power. I think your masculine energy is getting a big boost. And then Stingray came out. So let's see what Stingray is. That's you being on your Dharma timeline. Karma, who says that? Uh, no, you're evolving at a karma. You're evolving your masculine energy into your Dharma timeline. And you're going to do that by paying attention to your inner vision and taking your inner world really, really seriously. And let me read this Stingray. Where are you, Stingray? Okay. So Stingray, developing confidence, sense of self or spine. So the Stingray, and yeah, the 8th house, when we do that deep internal shadow work and shed all the layers, that's how we can have that true, authentic, like confidence. Because when you do that at such deep core, you realize that, like not much shakes you after. Like recognize like what you've gone through in life, what you've evolved out of, and how you can spend more of your time and your energy and your willpower towards powering you up and going after your desires. Because the 8th house is actually your desires too. As long as you're getting out of the fear or the anxieties or the doubts, like just charge forward towards your desires and you're breaking out of karma. Manifesting is breaking out of karma. So the Stingray card represents a pivotal point in personal growth. The moment has come when the Stingray must decide between the old, the easy, the comfortable, and the familiar, and the new, challenging, uncomfortable, and unfamiliar. Pressure from family and friends make the decision even more complicated. No matter what the choice is made now, it is inevitable that this dilemma will surface again and again. As the force of Dharma growing within, the Stingray is too strong to ignore. So yeah, you're feeling a force within you and you're only going to get the answers within you. There will be, when each time you go towards something that you really, really want, there will always be somebody that has something bad to say about it. There's rarely anybody that's really gonna like be so balls deep and all in towards like your deeper desires, because that's the universe bringing you a challenge and saying, are you going to do it though? Here's, or the matrix, like, go, no, here's a little shame. Here's more guilt. Here's fear. Are you going to do it still? Yes. And you go do it. So you break out of that. And yeah, there's just something inside of you that you're feeling that you need to start and take action towards. And it'll make you you will develop so much confidence. And it is going to take you getting out of your comfort zone and just recognizing where you have been in your comfort zone, where you've been wanting to go after these desires, but it's going to be maybe a little challenging. It is going to be unfamiliar, but it is, if you listen to that desire and where you're really being called, that is like where you're meant to go. And, sometimes it's uncomfortable to leap into something new and to express yourself in a whole different way. But every single time you do, and you're doing it in a way that it is from your heart and from self-love, you're breaking yourself out of deep karma, with the eighth house stuff, that where you're freeing yourself to be, just so powerful and impactful out in the world. So when in balance, eager, wants to grow. When out of balance, blames others, quits. Bring into balance, move through the discomfort. Yeah. The eighth house is where we move through discomfort sometimes. And yeah, we don't need others' approval, to grow. And it is all about us challenging ourselves. And that's actually where you're going to find that the things that are like super, super fulfilling. You're like, yeah, I did that after. And then you break yourself out of where you've been stuck. All right. Thank you so much, Virgo. All right, Libra, this is definitely going to be a bigger month for you, because whenever there's, a big transit on an axis, usually events happen, in your external reality. So with Mars opposite Saturn and Neptune, there's an adjustment with your relationships. Mars in your first house, you want to be empowered. You want to find that new balance in your relationships. You want to see who's co-collaborating with you and who's maybe taking up too much of your time and your energy. With Saturn and Neptune, you're going to find the answers internally. What is your ideal vision of your relationships? What are the cycles and patterns in your relationships that you have outgrown, that you're really done with? Relationships that might be heavy or weighing you down or keeping you a little limited. And it could be just energetically, or it could be, in whatever way. You want relationships that are powering you up and motivating you out in the world to go bigger, be grander, be ballsier, or whatever. That's just getting you to live out your most empowered timeline. So there might be a little friction here, but you're really going to face any triggers when it comes to relationships, like who's on your side, who's maybe have you outgrown. This could be a reality check with a certain relationship, so you know your direction moving forward. But at the end of the day, collaboration is what's meant for you, because there's going to be this nice Earth trine here with Mars trine Uranus, trine Pluto. These are all air sign houses. You're going to be on your Dharma timeline with new connections that come in. And, Uranus in the ninth could be bringing you a random connection. Maybe you're traveling, maybe you're studying something different. Maybe you're just really listening to that lightning bolt of inspiration to kind of go live out more of your meaning and purpose in life. But you're meant to be playful here. The ninth house is your meaning and purpose, your beliefs, your philosophies. You could see where you were stuck with any beliefs or philosophies that were keeping you stuck and limited, where it's time to kind of break out of the box and kind of explore different perspectives. And at the end of the day, perspectives that bring humanity into oneness and that are uplifting and curious and getting you to be your most expansive playful self. That is kind of the belief system that you want to take on. And you're going to have powerful co-collaborations with your fifth house stuff, which is your fun, your play, your excitement, your self-expression, and letting yourself evolve through that. With Pluto here, you're going deep with those deeper soulful desires and your deeper soulful essence and really letting it out. You could be letting it out through creativity or through a relationship that might be, really kind of getting to the core of who you truly are. So you can find more of that self-love. So you can express yourself more from that place and magnetize in the right connections, because Pluto will definitely magnetize in the right connections. And the ones that you've outgrown, it'll definitely just eject them out of your reality. But you are meant to be a powerful creator, and you're meant to be more so on your Dharma timeline. And it's all about shifting your perspectives, maybe even to go through this shift in your relationships and have those serious conversations. But really standing up for yourself in your overall direction with where you're going and knowing your vision, and having a lot of self-love and having that courage, because it can be scary to express yourself in a different way or put your artwork out there, or go do what you really want to do versus what the group is doing and what everybody else is doing. Sometimes, like especially Pluto in Aquarius in the fifth house, maybe you like, maybe what's fun to you is something weird like UFOs or like connecting with the aliens or whatever. You got to be authentic with what you really like and go in that direction, and you will magnetize in the right relationships into your orbit. With this, and then okay, yeah. So this full moon in Aquarius, yeah, again, you're going to be releasing something when it comes to the fifth house. And this could be old ways of having fun that maybe you were just following what everybody else was doing. And, or you were just having fun because it used like the old ways of having fun, maybe just scrolling on social media or watching Netflix or whatever. And you can have a powerful evolution with your creative energy, because at the end of the day, the fifth house is your creative energy. And this is how you can manifest worlds in a really powerful, fun, exciting way. So make sure you are recognizing where you're putting your creative energy and how you can maybe use that creative energy to manifest more of what you want and more of what's aligned with those deeper soulful desires. So you can, yeah. So, and if there's a relationship not going that well, this would definitely be highlighted, especially because it's going to be amplifying, the energy in general, which, so it'll be amplifying this energy. Like, what is their vision? What are your vision? And you can have those conversations, and maybe you guys were on completely different sides and not aligning with your visions at all. Do you want to commit more? Do you want, is like commitment not even a possibility? This is where you're kind of going through that reality check so you can stay true to your vision with what you want with love, because the fifth house is how you want to be loved. Do you want more romance? Do you want more fun in your relationship? And how can you have this evolution in love? Also with Pluto here, not holding yourself back from love out of fear, and allowing yourself to open up your heart and realizing that it's okay to open up your heart. Like the right one will love you. And the more that you are your authentic self, the more you will attract in that deep, loving soulmate connection that is really, really meant for you. And then Mercury going direct, you're moving forward with your hopes and your dreams and your wishes. So you are in alignment and aligning from that place that is more so from your heart and your soul and less from the ego, because that's how you're going to make your manifestations happen the fastest. And that's how you're going to align with the best people that you're really meant to be aligning with. There could have been miscommunication with friendships, so you can like move forward and clear things up. Just restructuring of projects. so you can move forward in a way stronger way. But you're definitely aligned with your passions and your friends and your bigger long-term direction with your hopes and dreams moving forward. A lot, there's going to be less delays. And then Saturn sextile Uranus. So yeah, new ideas, new inspirations, a new vision. Maybe you're deciding to travel randomly with a significant relationship, and that really opens up your world in a whole new way. And yeah, it's aligned with this vision and this responsibility that you're taking on with significant relationships. So you really got to look, go internal, and what is that kind of relationship that you want? Because strong relationships can definitely come in, and it's all about you going through that inner knowing with a lot of self-love, with who you want to commit to, if they're in your life already, or if you want to wait till the right one comes in and get so firm with that vision of what you have with an ideal relationship. And yeah, I think this could just really free you up in a really exciting way to attract that connection in. So follow the ninth house things in a exciting, eccentric way, which could be traveling, which could be studying something new, just broadening your worldview and your beliefs, what you previously thought before. Maybe it was limiting you, so you can expand and go on a little of Sagittarius-like adventure and discover the true meaning and purpose of life that feels good to you and is the most authentic and resonant with you and who you are now, and setting you free, because you're meant to be set free with going in this direction. And then, yeah, Venus enters Leo. So that's going to be really nice. If you've had challenges with friends, this is going to be the time to really attract in more friends, to get in alignment with your hopes and your dreams and your visions more from the heart and the soul, and be able to achieve them a lot easier, either through like a social media boost or a random person coming your way. Maybe you're receiving more money from your job, because this is also the house of career gains and easier money. Maybe there's a co-collaboration with a group of people, or just you stepping out on a bigger world stage so you can collaborate. That gives you more rewards. But yeah, Venus in the 11th, definitely go out, have fun, socialize, and, random people can come your way that are really special. You could have just a lot of fun with friends, especially with this new Aries and fire energy supporting you. It's really can introduce you into the new era in a really fun and exciting way. Okay, so let's do the cards. So Pleiades, double mission, channeling and uplifting humanity. Yeah, the 11th house kind of is like the channeling house, because that's like where you can receive that higher dimensional energy. And well, yeah, because it is energy, and that's how it's telepathy. So you're connecting to that higher energy in general, and going through this upliftment with that bigger just energetic knowing out in the world. But this is definitely connecting you to soul family and to your bigger mission, and the ways that you can uplift humanity out in the world. And then Divine Mother came out. So nurturing, compassion, grace. There's a way that your feminine energy is kind of going through an evolution. And I think that can be really powerful, because that will help you create more of what you want to create out in the world. And then the crocodile, let me read. I might read the Divine Mother too. But I think self-care. Oh, that's what I missed too. So, oh my gosh, if I missed this for you guys, like that would be so bad. So Jupiter and Venus in the 10th house, you're getting a big career boost. You're receiving the reward. You're receiving the recognition with who you are. And if you want to raise, it's time to ask for it. If you want a promotion, if you have a bigger dream, a bigger goal, this is the time to really plant those seeds. You could meet a really significant relationship very, very easily, that is just meant to be and fated. But a big lucky boost with your 10th house, which is your long-term goals, your career aspirations, your reputation. You could kind of receive this bigger vision with who you're supposed to be, and how you can be more in alignment in a way that really feels good, you know, because Cancer energy is all about the feeling it out and trusting that versus thinking it out. You got to feel the energy of who's feeling aligned, what roles are feeling really aligned, what bigger destination just feels good. And that will be the most expansive path, because you can have a really big boost with relationships, with higher values, with money. So this is a really, really big boost with who you are out in the world in general. And if you've been wanting to receive something, you know, this is going to be the month to just receive. So make sure that you're in alignment and you can receive the most. And then Crocodile came out. So let's read Crocodile. Resting, submerging, collecting energy, and cooling off. The crocodile reminds us to step back from the external world and turn inward. Sorry. Turn in. I felt like I said that a little weird. Okay. Turn inward. Now is not the time for decisions, actions, or discussions. The crocodile's mantra is wait. This doesn't mean lying around hoping life's challenges will disappear. The crocodile is much smarter than that. It means intentionally withdrawing, gathering our awareness, observing, and building energy. Fill up the vital reserves so your next move comes from a place of wisdom and power. So when in balance, wise, patient, and a silent powerhouse. When out of balance, feeling stuck, lashes out, bring into balance by rest, and a yoga pose. So yeah, there is so much power actually with receiving. And some people, you know, for workaholics, I always tell them that energetic alignment is just as important. And because I attract a lot of workaholics actually, because rest, like whenever I have a rest day off, I do affirmations. I do make sure I feel good for most of the day. And that pumps up my abundance so much more. And it makes me so much more aligned. So instead of, if you're feeling a little frustration when it comes to relationships, the 7th house is strong relationships. It could be romantic, business, clients, any one-on-one relationships, friendships. This is your time to kind of go within and recognize what do you want, and self-care and self-nurture. And that's actually how you'll receive the most abundant rewards out in the world. Okay, so Divine Mother, surrounded by golden light of purity and creative power, this beautiful symbol of eternal maternity brings the energy of care and compassion into your life. Whatever gender we identify as, there's the Divine Mother in each of us. It lives in the eternal light that feeds us and nurtures the world through us. It lives in our choices, our tenderness, and in our loving energy. First, this card reminds you to prioritize your own self-care. In fact, it's time for you to become your own loving mother. You've been dismissing something related to your own needs or preferences. Muster up the courage to nurture and prioritize yourself. It is never dishonoring to others when you truly honor yourself. There may be someone who needs some care and compassion from you as well. Open up your heart to the opportunity, but remember to strike a balance between the energy you give others and the energy you give yourself. So important this month. Your loving care will go so much further if you stop to fill your own reservoir along the way. On a purely practical level, this card can also herald a parenthood opportunity for you, someone close to you. The Divine Mother breathes a vital spark into the family and fertile productivity into any important creative endeavor you might be conceiving. Call on her gracious assistance and let your creativity juices flow. Affirm, I choose to increase the tender feelings in my life. As I bring loving care to myself, I expand the energy of love in the world. Yeah, so this would definitely be a month where you might need to set boundaries in certain relationships. You need to prioritize yourself. Mercury retrograde in Leo. I'm actually doing really well though, so I'm doing amazing. Um, you might need to put up boundaries. You might need to really honor your vision. There is like a need, realize that you will be the most impactful out in the world when you self-love and when you act from a place of self-love and self-care in all of your relationships. And I think by you getting out of any of those instincts to be there for relationships that is just a need to be a good friend or at the wrong time, like you got to do it in that is the right time for you, and you can be the most powerful. Or I was going to say, so if there's people constantly down here, they're sucking energy from you. And if you're down here, you're not receiving any of your own energy. So you got to make sure you're up here so you can give that energy to others. And that's the only way like any relationship is going to be, going really well. And if you're stuck down here, take a little time for yourself so you can get back up to here, and then put up those firm boundaries with certain relationships so you can have those relationships that give you more of that creative, thriving energy. All right. Thank you so much, Libra. All right, Scorpio. So let's see what is happening for you. So we have Mars opposite Saturn and Neptune in the 6th house. This is definitely evolving out of karma. So Mars entering your 12th house. This is our subconscious karma. These are the stories and the programs that are kind of just in the back of our mind that we didn't realize were in the back of our mind, and that we're just unconscious of. And there might be some frustration in just some of those stories coming up where we can actually realize in a really powerful way what we can break through, and we can reprogram ourselves with either, subconscious affirmations subconscious affirmations. There's a name for them. There's like the meditations, they're the subconscious rewiring. Magnetize Yourself, that channel. She has a powerful app for that. I don't necessarily trust all the ones on YouTube because who knows what's really in them. But affirmations in general, if you want to sleep through affirmations, that's a powerful way to reprogram the subconscious and, kind of break out of any of those limiting stories that you've been telling yourself. And they could also just be from the past and past relationships, because Mars in Libra wants you to be empowered in relationships and have powerful co-collaborations. But it's time to release, maybe stories from the past, and to be empowered from those stories too, not completely release and forget about them. Be empowered so you can make intentional, very intentional, empowering relationships moving forward. Because this nice air trine, powerful relationships want to come in. Uranus in the 8th house, magnetizing in strong soul connections that you can co-collaborate with, that you can merge with. Just be careful, because Uranus can, there's shakiness with your money in general. So it's important to be careful with certain contracts. So you make sure that, you're not going to lose all your money, but if you do, that's just from, soul misalignment. Usually, if you're just not deeply not aligned with what you're supposed to be doing, then that's usually when that kind of stuff happens. And that could happen with certain relationships, like, bam, they're acting erratic. Like, okay, they might be exiting your life, but they're actually setting you free. If that's happening right now, they're setting you free because you're meant to have, really powerful, strong, co-collaborative relationships that you can go deep with, that you can go, merge with, that you can look towards the future and make bigger plans and bigger aspirations, and, co-collaborate together in a way stronger way. And this could also just be freeing you internally, you know? You could be getting a lot of just releasing from the internal blocks that you didn't even realize were there. Because Pluto in the fourth house, these are intense stories from the past and childhood that might be resurrecting right now, but don't worry, that's normal. You're being set free. So if that's happening, let it happen because it's all trying to come up so you're free, and it's going to happen in an easy way because there's a nice trine here, just releasing you. The eighth house is fear, shame, guilt. It's whenever we're stuck below courage, you know, when it comes to our emotions, where we're holding this shame or guilt or fear, so we don't have the courage and go after our desires and go create more out in the world, create more love, create more joy, create more peace, create more, you know, just being creative is up here too. This is the area of life where our life force you know, is supposed to flow through us. And it only gets clogged up if we're holding on to those heavier, dense emotions that aren't letting us, you know, really move. So this can be freeing us from past stories. So you are liberated from those deep emotions, and, you know, maybe they're coming up like really randomly, and maybe where you used to suppress your emotions, they're just like, you know, coming out, but that's good. That's leading you to be more of your authentic magnetic self in a whole new empowering way. Because when you release all of that and you are moving from that place of authenticity and full self-love, everything comes to you. I mean, everything already comes to you anyway because you're a Scorpio and you guys are so magnetic and you guys are such fast manifestors. Like the only thing is letting the shit go that's not working for you, you know? But as soon as you guys do, it's like, oh, bam, something else like just attaches to you, whether it's a relationship or a job, like, or whatever. But yeah, the only thing is sometimes I'm yelling at Scorpios like, let it go. Like, let it the fuck go. You know, whether it's a emotion or a person, like if it's the same stuff over and over and over again, like it's time to just eject yourself from it. And then like bam, like something comes in like right away. And it's helpful to know what you want, you know, moving forward. And this is powerful too, because you had this Mercury retrograde in your 10th house. So you are getting to know more of what you want. You know, mentally, there could have just been a slowdown with work and your overall direction. But this was so you could get into alignment. So you can listen to more of your heart and more of your soul versus more of the ego and presenting yourself from the ego out in the world. So the more that you can just like be in your heart with what you truly want and listening to that higher aspect of yourself with where you're going in the long term, then you can manifest things towards you in a really fast way. But I forgot this. So Mars opposite Saturn and Neptune. The sixth house is the physical karma that we take on. The sixth house is like the grind in the work, in the structures that we build, and what is set up right now that isn't serving us anymore now that we're really seeing it. This can bring in some sort of reality check, because Neptune can be illusions or like a fantasy or an ideal of what we saw before. But now you're going within and aligning with your vision and your ideals of what you really want to manifest. And you're going through a restructuring of the boundaries or obligations or commitments that you want to take on. So you can commit to work and routines and health and habits that are really, really serving for you. And maybe you were just unconscious of a habit in your everyday life that wasn't taking you to that higher goal, and it wasn't allowing you to live this strong, empowered life. Then this is where you can really get into alignment with that and realize what feels good. And that's how you're going to know what feels good. Because with Neptune here, it's like letting go of the work and responsibilities that's not meant for you. Surrendering is power, like letting it go and going with the flow and just going towards what feels good is how you can be in alignment and how you can build your life in an everyday way that will build you up, and it will be fun actually, because when you start paying attention and just going towards what feels good. It took me so long to learn what alignment really meant, because like I was so heavily programmed. I'm like, what's alignment? You literally just have to feel good. Yeah. Like that's it. And but that is the most important thing, because that makes you magnetic and it keeps you on that right path that you're actually meant to be on, instead of going on all the detours and all of that. So definitely massive alignment with feeling good in your everyday life. And I think you can attract everything you want towards you. Mercury going direct, you know where you're going more so for the long term. That feels really authentic to you. And it is more towards where your heart is calling you and towards your happiness. There's going to be Saturn. Yeah. So Uranus is going to make a sextile to Saturn and why did I point? I'm like, Saturn, that's Neptune and Saturn. But yeah, making a sextile to both of them. So there could be random co-collaborations that come your way. The eighth house is other people wanting to work with you, or a random investor or money that comes your way that helps you kind of set up your everyday life and work in a stronger way. If you've been needing like a raise or a promotion or some sort of money, some sort of payout, maybe something is coming your way, so you can be more solid and know where you're really going in this whole new era, more so 2026. But yeah, strong contracts can come in, either financially or soul contracts that come in. What else could this be? A random breakthrough. Maybe you're just really doing the shadow work, and maybe you're diving into astrology and human design, and it's giving you more of that self-knowledge. So you know how to structure your everyday life actually, and how you can take care of your health in a better way. Because actually human design, it tells you where you should live that is the most beneficial to you. And yeah, well, okay, I agree with some of it. One of my things is like cold food. Like I'm only supposed to like cold food is the best for my digestion. It'll tell you the right food. It'll tell you the right environment you're supposed to be in. Environment has to do with work and where you're living. And, it is really helpful for that. But yeah, any sort of deep dive into self-care and self-love can really free you and help you support yourself more, and help you structure your everyday life in a better way. But yeah, I'm like cold food, and that means I should take like cold showers too. Like I take lava showers, so I don't think I will ever change that. Like, but whatever resonates with you at the end of the day. I should be living by the beach, and I actually want to be doing that now. I'm like, yeah, yeah. And I always feel that call too. So when you get that acknowledgement of what you're supposed to be doing, that is actually empowering. It's like, oh yeah, that is who I actually am. That is that part of myself that I forgot about myself. And when you dive into human design or gene keys or astrology, even, or whatever, it gives you more knowledge about yourself, and you have that knowing of who you truly are, besides past the programming, before the world programmed you. So you can get in touch with that, and that can just help you in a stronger way out in the world. And then Venus conjunct Jupiter in the ninth house. This is beautiful. So, there's frustration with work or whatever, like karmic cycle you need to evolve out of. But this is like a redirection and a realignment to this bigger vision, this bigger purpose that's going to give you everything that you want. Because when Jupiter's in the ninth house, this is aligning you with your meaning and purpose in life. And you know what your meaning and purpose in life is, because you just get pulled in that direction. It's exciting. It's opening up your world in some way. And you are getting in touch with that emotional wisdom that you naturally have. You know, with with Jupiter and Venus that are going to be conjunct Sirius, that is the spiritual star, the sun's spiritual star. It's like the higher octave of the sun. It is at that higher dimension where you're getting more of that soulful knowing of your vitality and your life purpose. And you're getting that knowing within you from your emotions with where you're supposed to be going. So let your feelings guide you. You know, sometimes we feel things and we don't know why we feel things, but this is like you're feeling something because it's getting you into alignment from all your past lives. And it could be past lives from this planet or many other lifetimes elsewhere. That soul knowledge that is unlimited and much bigger is what is getting you into alignment with this bigger path. So you could be wanting to study something. You could be wanting to travel randomly. You could be just going on an adventure wherever your soul is really calling you, that is guiding you towards your meaning and purpose. And that happens on the 11th, and you might be feeling this, you know, throughout the month. So if whatever's not working out, this is the bigger direction that you're going in anyway. And that's kind of what you need to focus on for that expansion, because when you find the alignment in the 9th house, everything else in your chart kind of falls into place. You know, it's you living more so on your Dharma timeline. And that is the direction so you can live the easiest life possible. When you're living out your Dharma timeline versus your karma timeline, karma loops are just the cycles and the relationships and patterns that don't feel good. So you become aware of what doesn't feel good, and then you become aware of what feels great and what is bringing you into the unknown and into expansion. You know, and it could be towards relationships because Venus rules relationships and money or what you value now, that is expanding you out. It's trying to multiply your abundance in a really big, beautiful way. And since this is trine you, this is just going to be really, really beneficial to your personal growth and expansion and who you are out in the world. So beautiful, super, super lucky. If you're frustrated, wait till the 11th and then it'll all make sense. So don't feel scared to let go of anything, because Jupiter has your back. You know, Jupiter, Venus, it's like, nope, you were going the wrong way. This is the direction. So, you know, just wait till this time and you will have that emotional satisfaction of alignment too. And if you don't have it, like, go look for it, because the 9th house is all about kind of looking and going on an adventure. And it could be internally too. Definitely go internally also, but, you know, in getting aligned with your vision, and then like manifest like crazy to get aligned with that vision, and then like find what you're meant to find externally, because that's how manifesting goes. Actually, you get aligned internally first and you get that vision, and then like everything around you kind of changes to kind of pull things in towards you. And then it's Virgo season. So 11th house is lit up. It's focused on your hopes and your dreams and your wishes. And since the South Node is here, you're letting go of possibly old hopes and dreams that aren't in alignment anymore, old friendship groups that aren't, you know, aligning with you. This could be also a career that you want to let go of, or something in your career that needs to change. It could be the way you present yourself on social media, because the sun rules your 10th house. The way you present yourself out in the world, and how you're in alignment with that, and who you're connecting with, and your hopes and your dreams. What can you release so you can be, you know, more so in your heart and trusting that bigger vision of where you're supposed to go. And then there's a new moon here. So there can be seeds planted to attract more friends or networks, career gains. You could be receiving some money from your job. That might come in suddenly, because it's going to be squaring Uranus in the 8th. It's like sudden rewards, you know, or if they are done with a soul contract with a friend, you know, they would be acting erratically or something possibly. And it'd be like, nope, this person may be out. And then new people coming in, like soul tribe coming in, that are aligning with more of where you're supposed to go and this new direction. that really feels good and that's in alignment with you like that. But yeah, finding your people is a big thing and not being afraid to plant the seeds for new people to come in. What else is this? Yeah, there could be a friendship that comes in that helps you release some of your fears. Or there could be a new co-collaboration that comes in that you work with. Yeah. Anything else? No, but that's a beautiful new moon. Really manifest during that new moon because the 11th house is your bigger hopes and dreams and the long-term aspirations. And it's time to plant the seeds for that because it makes it super, super magnetic. And it'll get your energy and focus going in the right direction towards your manifestations versus maybe being too scattered elsewhere. And then Venus enters the 10th house. So this is beautiful. You will be glowing out in the world. You will be receiving reward and recognition. If you've been needing a promotion, this is the time to ask for it. If you've been wanting to go after an ideal job or ideal position, this is the time. If you've been wanting to beautify your who you are out in the world, your reputation, your style, whatever, this is the time. You will be super magnetic, receiving more of what you want, attracting in relationships, and feeling bold, feeling charismatic, feeling hot. So it's a beautiful time to do that. All right, let me pull some cards. So touching earth, you're planting seeds for something new and you're receiving the vision within. What do you want to plant? And this card, I love this too, because this card is connected to karma. So this card is actually perfect for you because you're receiving the higher wisdom of where you can evolve out of karma. And karma literally is just every action and thought and move that we make that is good or bad. So if it's bad, it's going to lead to more bad karma. If it's good, it's leading you towards your good, ejected, beautiful Dharma timeline. And you're receiving that soulful knowledge of where you can go to plant more seeds of good karma. And the cosmic egg came out. Wow, that's really big. So you're definitely rebirthing in a really big way. And this is a big new beginning for you. Take a break. Life's not a season. Get off the treadmill. Yeah, don't push so hard. This is the time to really get aligned with your vision first and slow down and not feel like you need to push, go, go, go. Things will go a lot faster if you get aligned internally first. So things can move faster externally. And yeah, Akasha, like that bigger soulful guidance. And I'll read the cosmic egg. So bigger soulful essence, you might be connecting to the Akasha records knowingly or not knowingly. I guess, I mean, we all know how to, but sometimes we do it unknowingly because we don't think we know how to, but we know how to. But no, you are naturally super intuitive. You're receiving that guidance. So cosmic egg, completion, harmony, the infinite with the finite. I was thinking, yeah, Mars that rules you in the 12th house, there is a big letting go of past cycles that are no longer serving you also. So you kind of go hermit mode, you refresh, you connect to your inner world. So you come out so much stronger when Mars enters Scorpio. There's going to be no stopping you because Mars does so much better in Scorpio and you'll have the motivation. So make sure you're taking your time to relax, while Mars is in the 12th house and connecting to that inner vision that is just as powerful, if not more powerful. It's equally as powerful, like putting your intention and visualizing and spending some time putting your energy towards your manifestations. Equally as powerful. Okay, so the cosmic egg is the final card in the journey of the animal spirit deck. It represents the unfolding of cosmic consciousness. This state emerges after we have tread the path for quite some time, and through self-effort and grace, we experience self-realization, a sense of contentment and oneness spontaneously arises within us, and the veils of our self-limiting beliefs are lifted. When the essence of the cosmic egg has not been activated, we may feel as if we will never get there, or that we have traveled alone, disconnected from others. Even if our encounter with this card is brief, appearing at a moment of glimmer or a flash of interconnectedness, its potent energy stays with us. The cosmic egg is a remedy for the fragmentation of modern life. It's through the power of this card that we are reminded of the cosmic contract written at the beginning. We hold on to life, and life holds on to us. The journey is complete, but it does not end. Yeah, so you're connecting to your higher consciousness in a really big way right now. And you got to trust that. Like, recognize what's done, what you need to let go of, and realize that life is just so much easier when you connect to that bigger, higher aspect of yourself, because the 12th house is the higher self and everything. So you can release those limiting beliefs in those past stories where you might have gotten in your own way. So you can step into that higher version of yourself and know that you'll get there. You know, the 12th house with Mars, we can definitely beat ourselves up and have crazy dreams and, you know, be kind of running on in our minds. Instead, connect to your higher self. Your higher self is always there. You can journal, you can meditate, you can visualize, whatever way, you know, that's all connecting to your higher self. And so you can receive this cosmic wisdom of what you're, you know, where you can go and how you can take action in a way that is going to be the easiest moving forward. And yeah, you're feeling a lot of oneness with Mars in the 12th house. You know, it's the house of Pisces. There's less boundaries, so you can find more of that compassion and forgiveness and acceptance, and just that peace when you really do find that connection with everything and everyone else. Like, definitely go hug a tree, and you will see, like, get into your heart, you know, breathe with your heartbeats, and you will feel that oneness and peace and interconnectedness out in nature. And yeah, affirmations for this month. I am powerful. My intuition is so strong. I am on my Dharma timeline. I manifest everything so easily and effortlessly. I am receiving guidance from my higher self in such a easily and effortless way. I am just bold and so authentic out in the world. Yeah, anything that you kind of want, you know, to really manifest more of, this is going to be a really, really powerful time to manifest with Jupiter and Venus in the 9th house. All right. Thank you so much, Scorpio. Oh, wait, Scorpio, before I go, I think I saw this reel like earlier today from Women Manifesting Wealth. And if you watch her baddie series, I think it's really powerful for this transit, because you're getting in touch with your inner baddie in you know, such an intense way right now. And ignore that, I switched it, but you're getting in touch with your inner baddie again. You know, and your inner baddie is like when you know, get super excited about something, when you say, yes, I can do it, when you don't stop yourself, because there's so many ways that we tone down our who we truly are because of the world. We're like, oh, we got to tone it down. Oh, that's not likable or whatever. But you're getting in touch with your inner baddie in such a strong way where you're going to feel pumped up and be able to radiate more of your authentic self to just receive more of what you want. So watch her stuff, like get in touch with your inner baddie and let yourself get excited about crazy manifestations. Like, manifesting is real. Just try it. You just have to change your beliefs. Whatever you believe, you can manifest, but you have to be real. You have to really, really believe it. Don't fake believe it. And you can really, really believe it this month. You can believe in anything this month. So make sure you're directing your attention towards that and letting yourself, your inner baddie, get pumped up. All right. Thank you so much, Scorpio. All right, Sagittarius. So Mars entering the 11th house. You're going to have a lot of motivation and drive when it comes to your long-term goals, dreams, and your aspirations. It's going to be time to really take charge, take the lead. You could be receiving a big boost on social media or being driven to, connect with others and networks so you can receive a bigger boost out in the world and have a broader network. With Mars in the 11th house, though, it could bring some tension when it comes to certain friendships or co-collaborators. And this could be a major realignment because Mars is going to be opposite Saturn and Neptune in the 5th house, where you're really looking at where you're putting your creative energy and is it really aligned with what you're passionate about? It's really important to be passionate about with whatever you're doing because that's what makes the creative energy flow. I channel so much faster, after I listen to like music that gets me pumped up and just me being hyped in general. And there's, such a problem with this society in general where it's like, no, be serious, no, do this. And that just slows your energy down so much. So really getting in touch with what lights you up, what makes you excited, what are you passionate about, and how can you restructure maybe your hopes and dreams and aspirations in a way that supports where your heart is really calling you. Because your heart is calling you in a certain direction and your heart is always right and leading you in the better direction. So really tune into your heart. With Saturn and Neptune here, there could just be, things that you're evolving out of when it comes to your relationships. With Saturn, we're evolving out of karma, and karma is just past cycles, past ways of being in relationships that you might be done with now. Neptune is kind of saying surrender, to let go, to open up your heart, actually. And that's where the power is. And that's a weird thing too. It's like seeing where you can open up and be more vulnerable and actually just have more compassion for your ex versus hating them, because hating them actually limits you from receiving love. You can see where you put up boundaries between you and other people in your heart and see where those boundaries could maybe be released. And at the same time, if you are needing to cut certain people out of your life, this is the time to be strict, put up those boundaries, see where you are facing reality, because there might be a reality check here, and where you can restructure from there that is more so in alignment with what you really want and where you can build more from the heart. Because Saturn in Aries, Aries wants to go fast, Saturn wants to go slow. You got to build slowly. And you got to build from your heart. You got to build from your heart and your true, authentic self. And that's how you can build structures that will last. 5th house is your creativity. It's your self-expression. It's your passions. And yeah, you're just being asked to really just narrow down your creative energy towards where your heart is really calling you. And when you do that anyway, you'll be called more so towards your Dharma timeline where everything gets easier. And, maybe you're tired of the old ways of having fun. If the group's going out and just drinking and, wasting their time, doing that, then maybe you really want to hone in, what you're doing for fun. And maybe you do want to focus it more on manifesting your reality, because our creative energy manifests our reality. And if we're directing it towards, we're directing it towards the things that aren't really fulfilling for the long term, then I don't think you're going to receive a lot of satisfaction here. You got to put your creative energy and your fun and your excitement towards building towards the long term. And that's where you will receive the most reward later. So yeah, maybe some tension comes up, maybe some friction happens. It could even be between friends and just your passions. Like, do they like what you're doing? It doesn't matter. Only you have to like what you're doing. And then you'll find the people along the way that, want to build you up and want you to go more so in the direction that is going to be the most fulfilling to you. And it's really all about energy. What feels good, energetically, like when people speak, when you're going in a certain direction, when you're doing a certain activity, what really feels good? Are you really up here? Are you in joy, excitement, like creativity is up here too? Are you in just ecstasy or whatever? Or are you kind of going down here? Because down here, you're not going to be in touch with your creative energy. And, maybe you're paying attention to who you're hanging out with and does it bring you down here? Because people down here in these feelings, they're taking your energy, they're sucking it away. And you want to be up here in your own peace, joy, love, excitement. So you have a limitless flow of creative energy to manifest your reality in the best way for you. And so you can live your best life. And when you're doing that and really living from your heart, then you can really get those strong connections in, because Mars wants to bring in strong relationships. It is all about co-collaboration at the end of the day, and co-collaboration with the right relationships. Pluto in the third, what can you be intensely focused on that gives you this transformative, powerful mindset? I mean, your words definitely create reality. Your thoughts create reality in a really powerful way right now. So it's all about directing your attention in the right direction to manifest your reality in the most powerful way that is in alignment with your heart. And then with Uranus coming in, like bringing in exciting relationships that maybe open up your world in some way. They could be just magnetized in, really like soul connections that maybe bring a piece of you back that you didn't even know that you needed. But it is like amplifying, you out into the world to create more and, create more of that long-term vision that you really want. Soul family, soul tribe coming in, that's kind of just like on the same frequency that brings inspiration and more freedom and liberation and curiosity and playfulness about the world and maybe about the way that you perceive things. And then we have the full moon in Aquarius, which is happening in your third house. So this is a great time to just declutter. The third house is what we do in our everyday lives, how we structure things. It's our planning, it's our writing, it's our social media strategies. It's, just whatever we do on a daily basis, and how can we do things in a better way? Like maybe we need less time on social media. Maybe we need less time scrolling, or whatever kind of thing that we're doing in our everyday life that isn't helping us go through that evolution with connecting with the right people and going towards those bigger dreams and where our heart is calling us. It's time to let go. And, it's kind of a simple, moon, and it might actually have to do with relationships, actually. Maybe there's a friend that's taking up too much time. Maybe there's a need to restructure a creative project in a way that, or be more so in alignment on social media with your creativity and how you express yourself. There could be a reworking of a creative project or a business idea to restructure things and go through a futuristic evolution that's going to help you structure things in a way better way moving forward. And then Mercury is going to be going direct. So with Mercury retrograde in your ninth house, you've been rediscovering your philosophies and your meaning and purpose in life. Maybe you've been traveling and having a little bit of delays, but maybe there's been something that has shifted your world perspective. And it's really important to align with beliefs that are helping you create your reality in the most powerful way that is more so in alignment with your heart and where your soul is really calling you. And make sure they're uplifting and exciting and pumping you up to be that best version of yourself, because our beliefs are manifesting our reality. This is a really important area of life, and you want to make sure it's in tune more so from your higher self and speaking positivity and upliftment and hope and inspiration. If, it's putting a cap on any of that, then it's time to rework the beliefs, but hopefully you did, and you're moving forward more so in alignment with that bigger vision that you want to manifest out in the world. And then Saturn and Neptune is going to get a nice sextile from Uranus in the 5th. So there could be a significant relationship coming in that kind of awakens you in some way. The 7th house is clients, it's friends, it's business partners, it's any significant relationship, romantic. Did I say that? That kind of, brings some spontaneity and fun and new ideas that might be, in alignment with your heart or awakening your heart in some way. So you open up to new ways of creating that is actually really self-empowering and letting you kind of reimagine things out in the world, and maybe getting you in touch with your inner child in a way too. Maybe you forgot some part of yourself, with your inner child, where you're like finding that fun again, finding that passion, finding that excitement. So you have this nice opening up of perspectives or ideas or playfulness or curiosity that, kind of shifts things. And it could have to do with a creative project too. If you're co-collaborating with somebody, maybe there's this new perspective that makes things a lot easier, where you can be more so in alignment with just creating in a more effortless, easy way. That breaks you out of previous structures that were maybe holding you back, because Saturn could be a way that you restricted yourself. You're loosening up the boundaries and surrendering more from your into the creative flow from your higher self. And literally all you have to do with that is to be excited on a more regular basis. You got to be you got to be up here. And then creating is actually really easily, and it's less like trying to control and monitor how things come out. And you just like flow, you surrender, you get excited, you get into your joy, you get into your inner child, and then it just comes out, and it's a lot more fun, and it's a lot more spontaneous, and it's less about thinking it out. It's more so about letting your higher self just like flow through you and seeing how easy it can be, whether you are creating a business or creating music or creating art, creating whatever. It's like, just be excited, pump yourself up, and then it flows so much easier. And let's see, Venus conjunct Jupiter in the 8th house. I love this because this is a major like healing moment. The 8th house is where we can hang on to resentments. It's where we hang on to fears and doubts when we're down here, and any of these feelings. These are all the feelings that are just like lodged in us. And, we've lodged them down there because we were worried about what the world would think. So we were like, that's not acceptable. That's not a loving part of ourselves. So we stuff it down, and that creates resentment. It creates guilt. It creates shame. And, this is where we can lift all that stuff up so we can have more of our life force, flowing through us in a lot easier way. So this could be, a major just healing and compassionate moment that just frees you. And I love how this is happening on Sirius, which is our sun's spiritual sun. So we're receiving like that higher spiritual knowledge that is awakening us. And we're going to be awakened by how we feel. Sometimes we don't always know why we're feeling something, but we feel things, and you could be feeling something in a really deep and intense way in the 8th house, like about what you're supposed to be doing and why, because the 8th house is like our desires and our passions. And it's where we eject ourselves out of the guilt and the shame, because we, want to go after that desire. So we could feel intense jealousy or intense rage even. And this is like, because we weren't listening to that bigger aspect of ourselves. And, this could bring a lot of just love and healing and compassion. So we appreciate what we're really feeling. Sirius is opening up the higher dimensional energy, because Sirius is in a higher dimension. So it's the spiritual sun. So we're getting in touch with the bigger essence of ourselves, and that like more of our vitality and more of our life force that can flow through us. So we can get up here more so in the, vibrational scale, and we can receive more. So this is going to be a great time to allow yourself to just have more compassion and be in your heart and have that full self-love. Let those emotions come up, feel everything, because that's going to give you that knowledge that you need. And we don't know why we feel things. Sometimes we feel things from this life. Sometimes we feel things from all the past lives. Sometimes we feel things like, I listened to The Alchemist the other day, and she had that, the existential dread forever, and she had to figure out why. I've had that before. And like, you have to and you don't logic out those feelings. You just have to feel. And that gives you that knowledge, whether it is from many lifetimes ago on this planet, on other planets, it's the soul. So all the lifetimes, and you don't rationalize it. You just feel it. And sometimes you could channel it like through music or through art also. So that would also help to give you that more of that knowing and that wisdom that's trying to come through you. It's releasing you at the same time, because when you feel that deeply, you can majorly go through an insane awakening that frees you from any of those lower emotions that were holding you back or capping you off. And also, since this is happening in the 8th house, a strong soul connection can definitely come in that is more so from that higher place, more so from our higher selves and that higher aspect of who we truly are. And, it'll be super magnetic. It'll come in at the right place at the right time. Divine timing, most likely, even though I heard divine timing is not even a thing anymore. It is more so we actually have more power than we think. And it is all about us getting in that right state so we can manifest more of what we want. And actually us shifting into different universes is actually very malleable. But I'm going off on a tangent. So you can recognize, I don't know, this is just you being able to recognize more of your manifestation power with being able to magnetize the right relationships, the right opportunities by having more of that soulful wisdom and self-love at the end of the day. So you can attract the best opportunities and people and love into your life. Some of you might be receiving a big money boost because the 8th house is when large sums of money into your life. This is passive income, royalties, inheritances, and just big money coming your way. Really release any lack, open up all the ways that money can come your way. If you do that work internally, you can receive money from anywhere. You don't even know, if you just accept that money can come from anywhere, money will come from anywhere. But you have to just believe that it can come from anywhere, so you can be receptive to it and to really allow it in. And you know what I love this for actually is just having some sort of breakthrough through creativity, since you do have Neptune and Saturn in the 5th house, and just letting, creativity flow through you so you get that wisdom. Avicii was actually a starseed. He was Palladian. Actually, all of us are starseeds, but he was very, very in tune with his gifts, and he brought his gifts here. And that's why he just launched off so early and so fast. But it's kind of just letting that, just whatever, flow through you. So you get in touch with your natural gifts and talents that you're meant to express out into the world. So you can be more so on your Dharma creative timeline and hopefully create more music like Avicii, because he was amazing and he went too soon. Okay, but anyway, then we enter Virgo season. So there's going to be a spotlight on your career and who you are out in the world and your reputation and what you need to release. With the South Node here, it's going to say, what do you need to release that's not really a part of your vision anymore, and more of from your beliefs too, because after aligning with your beliefs and the sun ruling the ninth house, you might be releasing something that's not in alignment with that longer term direction that you're going in. So, how can you show up better out in the world? How can you radiate more? And how can you represent more of your internal world externally? And what can you release so it all is aligning mind, body, spirit? And then the new moon in Virgo here, you're planting seeds for that new version of you out in the world. Whether it's a job, maybe you start a business, maybe you start a job, maybe you go after something that you've always wanted to go after. But this is the time to kind of plant those seeds for the long term. The 10th house is that long-term vision that we're slowly climbing towards. And who do you want to be out in the world? And it's time to, set those intentions. And with this square to Uranus in the 7th, there could be a relationship that kind of awakens you to a new direction or a new path. You know, since you're releasing stuff, there could just be like suddenness that comes in that's like, okay, this is actually like how you can be more free out in the world, how you can be more in flow with yourself, since we're meant to kind of flow more in this with the North Node in Pisces. How can you just have more trust and faith? How can you, just be a little bit more spontaneous and let that natural genius happen out in the world? Yeah. Or it's somebody that you've been working with for too long, or like somebody that's not a part of the long-term plan that just kind of gets like shocked out, so these magnetic connections can actually come in, so you can work with them for the long term, because you're meant to be have powerful co-collaborations. And it's all about really releasing the ones that, some people come in for a time and a season for a reason. Some people come in for a long time, short time. Just seeing who's meant to be there, who's meant to, you're supposed to let go for now. And who can you really evolve with? Who is just on that same frequency? Who's like feeling it? And who, who's like just, pumping you up to your ultimate self out in the world. And then we have Venus entering the ninth house. So this is going to be really a nice time, after the retrograde, Venus is coming in here. So, it's time for more freedom, fun, and adventure. It's time to be more in alignment with your meaning and purpose and what you're supposed to be doing out in the world. And, you can meet significant relationships while traveling, while studying something, while trying to broaden your perspective of the world, because knowledge is power. So this is, if you want to plan a trip, go on vacation, this would be a really fun time to do it, to kind of open up your world, to kind of, have a lot of fun. It's this house of Sagittarius. So you're meant to be just spontaneous and follow the fun and kind of be excited with the randomness that can happen. And it'll be trining, the fifth house stuff. So really boosting up your creativity. So shamanic journey. You're going on a vision quest internally that will lead you more towards your meaning and purpose. But I love how she's, on a horse on, this is the, a big moon is behind her too. You're getting that vision from within. The problem with Sagittarius is, me as a Sagittarius moon, sometimes we go and we go and we go, and we're seeking, and we like, there's actually so much power within us. We have to have that vision internally first, actually, and that's how it will be the easiest. It's back, like us achieving things, like we have always been taught the wrong way. We actually always need to get into alignment internally first, and then visualizing and doing all the things, getting our energy right, being in alignment number one, that magnetizes the right relationships, the right opportunities, the right ideas, just our own natural flow, and how we can achieve our hopes and our dreams and our goals in the most easily effortless way, versus thinking we need this outside of us, we need that outside of us, we need that. And we do need things outside of us, but going internal first just creates that easy, effortless way of flowing versus, going and going and going and learning and learning and learning and traveling and traveling and traveling and this person, that person, whatever. Like, we're just not as aware sometimes when we're young, because there is power in going and going and being optimistic and being able to move on from things. Actually, that's how some of the most powerful people in the world work. There is a lot of power with that, but then we got to remember the power internally, which is equally as powerful. And spending that time going within and getting aligned internally, you can be ultra, ultra powerful. It when you have the masculine and the feminine balanced and working together, like so in sync, you are unstoppable. So it's important to go internal, do that, and recognize the magic that you really have within. So I want to read Shamanic Journey. So Purpose, Attunement, Vision Quest. This radiant shamanic priestess rides the wind horse before the full moon, heralding a sacred time for you, one that can lead you to great personal healing and radical transformation. A literal or a metaphorical journey awaits you, unearthing such profound wisdom, your life may never be the same. If you wonder what your true purpose is, now that the time is opened up, receive. The white feathers of the priestess headdress are a symbol of spirit, a message about freedom in the mundane world, the pursuit of spiritual matters, and maybe where your greatest purpose lies. And the expression of your spirit's value and power may come in the form of shamanic practices like healing ceremony, psychic vision. Let yourself look first to the side of you, for it could reveal the core purpose from which all other intentions and activities grow. The antlers in the priestess hand is the symbol of higher connection, receiving. You're receiving all by yourself. Even if you get a reading this month from a psychic or astrologer, it'll be really, really powerful during this time too. But you don't underestimate your own power to really receive. Since a young deer regularly sheds its antlers, the message here is to take some time to learn what old perceptions need to be shed for your own growth and higher purpose, attunement to the voice of your higher self, and don't be afraid to let go, for the promise of new opportunities and expanded perceptions is clear. These new approaches will illuminate your passage and your vision quest. You deserve to devote yourself to your own soul's evolution, meditate on your purpose, and envision the inner and outer journeys that bring you forth to greater attunement. Once you prioritize this process, your purpose will be fulfilled in magical and even miraculous ways. Affirmation: I am attuned to the shaman within. I devote myself to my soul's journey, and I am blessed. The more you're aligned just with your soul's journey, the more magic just naturally flows. So getting in tune with your inner self, getting a reading or visualizing or even hypnosis, I found is like very, very strong to really get in tune with whatever messages really want to be shared with you. And share your voice, come out of the cave, persecution, expression. So yeah, I think, you might be dealing with some witch wounds, and witch wounds, like, they can be for both genders, but it's wherever we stop ourselves from expressing ourselves in a certain way because we are afraid of persecution from the times where we got burned as a witch, or I know I've been burned as a witch. I was probably burned as a witch, and I was probably flayed. I don't know why I have that. I don't know. I've had terrifying knowings of that, but you can have those terrifying knowings, and then you can have those higher knowings of going for it anyway. But the shark came out, and that is all about letting that creative essence flow. But sometimes we don't because, we're afraid of persecution or judgment of the way we express ourselves. But no, that is just an internal fear. That's just deep within possibly, our soul or programming that can be released. And as soon as you get over that fear, you find that freedom. Because the 8th house is where we can eject ourselves, So shark, directness, exposure, revealing true nature and desire. The shark is only dangerous when we don't acknowledge it. This card indicates something that is big needs to be exposed. It is lurking in the depths and creating tension. Shark energy takes us over when we are hesitant to be honest, to be totally ourselves, or to say what we really want to say. It may be tempting to continue to pretend nothing is wrong, but then the shark energy is at play. We feel its presence encircling us. So when in balance, intriguing, captivating, mysterious; when out of balance, sneaky, destructive. Bring into balance with honesty. Yeah, because the eighth houses are deeper desires, and sometimes we'll try to suppress it, but this looks like it'd be the time for it to come out no matter what. So make sure you're not suppressing it, because otherwise you'll be projecting on others or exploding on others, and not listening to where you're really intensely going to be pulled this month. All right, Sagittarius, have a beautiful month. I'm actually very excited for you. Hi, Capricorn. All right. So this is a bigger month for you, because whenever we have a tense aspect and, an angle of a house, usually stuff happens externally. So, but not always, but so I'll describe it. So Mars is entering your 10th house. You're motivated, you're driven towards your long-term goals and your aspirations. And who are you out in the world? You're motivated to create yourself more so out in the world and create a legacy with the right relationships, because Mars in Libra is all about co-collaborations with the right relationships, and relationships definitely want to come in, especially when it comes to work, because there's this nice air trine. But opposite Saturn and Neptune in the 4th house, you're getting into the core of who you truly are. Saturn and Neptune retrograde, you might be going internal and really doing self-discovery to see where have you been holding yourself back, and where have you taken on roles and identities and ways of being that aren't truly representative of that inner fire of you. So the power in here actually is with surrendering, because Neptune gives you more control right now on Saturn, with surrendering to the wider plan, to lead with more compassion, more empathy, more from that soulful guidance, and more from that happiness and inspiration, and being up here on the vibrational scale, so you can be in flow with life, and in flow with that bigger purpose of what you're meant to be doing. There's also maybe adjustment when it comes to family and foundation and structures, and maybe you need to put up boundaries, or maybe you need to restructure boundaries. Maybe you need to let go of boundaries, because there could be just a healing moment with family where you're letting them in and having a healing moment and feeling empowered by that, and recognizing, how far you have come. But at the end of the day, you can have love and compassion for everyone. But this is definitely unblocking you majorly internally from whatever past stories from the past that was like really holding you back from stepping into your true empowerment. Because this is receiving a lot too. You just got to receive from your higher self and surrender, so that bigger direction that you're supposed to be going in, and you can do it in a very easily way with relationships that are just vibing the same and on the same frequency and going in the same direction as you. So with this nice trine, I love this, because Mars trine Pluto, you're meant to be powerful with money and what you desire and material stability, but it's all about working with the right relationships and the right bigger network out in the world. And with this trine to Uranus in the 6th house, you're meant to be innovative with your habits and your work. And there could be some new type of work coming in that you never really considered before, new ways of working that frees you up, and helps you be more empowered and more focused on what you actually want to be doing versus the grind and all of that. Also, you can be taking on nice exercise routines or habits that are also pumping you up so you can be a powerful force out in the world. And then there's going to be this full moon in Libra. So, I mean, it's full moon in Aquarius. So that might bring tension up to the surface, especially when it comes to relationships. There could be like a boss that's frustrating or a coworker, and there will have to be, or maybe you've been spending too much time at work. You need to find more time at home. There's some tension for evolution here. So you are going through a release of what you previously valued. You might be releasing an old way of making money or fears about money. There's no such thing as lack, so you can have a powerful transformation and evolution with your beliefs about money, so you can earn more money in a very easy, effortless way, and you get paid to exist or whatever you really want. But, you know, this can definitely bring up triggers from the past. So you release the past, you acknowledge, bring more awareness to it, and be thankful that you have awareness of it now, so you can go through this powerful evolution with your money and resources. And this is a powerful time to rebalance, you know, your money and, you know, your spending, so you can be more powerful and have just more solid abundance. And also pump up your self-worth. Maybe there's a way that you weren't really valuing yourself that you can have attention to now. So you can value yourself and love all parts of yourself after this Mercury retrograde. Mercury going direct, you know, you've done a lot of shadow work. You've released hopefully a lot of the fears and the doubts and the shames that, you know, any of these emotions down here that keep you stuck in not letting that life force flow into that bigger essence of you. Because what wants to come through in your 8th house is your heart opening up, is you having that unconditional love for yourself. So you're very magnetic to all the right relationships and opportunities, and releasing the fears about relationships, so you can act more from that place of love and self-love. So you can have the best relationships, and you can have the best people that you work with, and you can have just that limitless flow of abundance that can flow in. But it's all about not holding yourself back in ways that you don't take action out in the world out of fear of judgment or fears and doubts in general, and releasing all of that so you can move forward in a more magnetic, stronger way, loving all parts of yourself. And with Saturn making a nice sextile with Saturn and Neptune in the 4th house. One sec, I need water. But yeah, it's important also to dig out all the insecurities and to have the deep conversations in your relationships, because you're going to have a big fat relationship boost, and it can only be as good as you doing the work in the 8th house, the shadow work, releasing the judgment, the projections, loving all parts of yourself. So you are magnetic towards the best relationships. So if you're single, you can magnetize a super strong, beautiful, once in a lifetime relationship into your life, or you can just deepen the love in such an intense way in your current relationship. So I love Uranus making a nice sextile to Saturn and Neptune here. There could be a way that you're readjusting your health and your routines, that in your diet and your exercise, that is more so in alignment with who you authentically are. And it's giving you more of this solid foundation out in the world, and making you feel just more empowered and also more in flow with your higher self and the person that you're becoming. And then we have Venus and Jupiter conjunct in the 7th house. So this is beautiful for relationships. If you've been wanting romance, if you've been wanting love, this is the time where you're going to be able to deepen the love. And it's going to be conjunct Sirius, our spiritual sun. The sun's spiritual sun. So it's the higher dimensional sun, where you're getting in contact with that higher dimensional aspect of you and your soul and your soul's purpose. And getting that knowledge and that wisdom about certain relationships that are from not just this lifetime, but many past lifetimes, and possibly from even those higher dimensional lifetimes that can be really just deep and evolutionary and help you evolve and grow and, expand to such a, next level experience in life, because relationships help us grow and evolve like more than anything. Relationships are our mirror at the end of the day. So you want to make sure that your relationships are mirroring what you truly value and what you really want to do in life, and that they're supporting you and uplifting you and giving you that nurturing and that care and that deep love, because this can expand you so much. With Jupiter in the seventh house, it's going to bring you expansive, lucky relationships that will help you expand and grow to the best version of yourself out in the world. So I love this, a lot of healing and compassion at the same time too. Forgiveness for past relationships and past cycles of relationships. So you can just have this, higher love here. It's like this higher dimensional of love that wants to come in. But we're planting this, we're trying to bring it, here, which is, love. Not society, like right now, how they recognize love, it's not like the actual universal love that, is other places. It's love is limited here and it's conditional, and it actually shouldn't be. Love isn't conditional. Like real love isn't conditional. Real love doesn't have limits. It is unlimited. So yeah, this could be opening you up to unconditional love, and you could be going through a massive reprogramming, since this is going to be trining North Node in the third house. So you're recognizing that unconditional love, and a high level soulmate can definitely come in. So, and then we have Virgo season, everything entering the ninth house. So after doing that deep, intense soul work, you're free. Like when stuff enters the ninth house, it's time for travel. It's time to broaden your worldview. It's time to go on an adventure, get more so aligned with the meaning and purpose in life and what's meaningful to you, so you can be on alignment with that, your Dharma timeline, and releasing where you've been too rigid with your beliefs and with whatever has been stopping you from that bigger vision and being excited out in the world. The only way to manifest your bigger vision is if you let yourself be excited. Like there's so many times in life where we don't let ourselves get too excited, but we need to let ourselves get excited to let the vision happen, because if we cap ourselves off, like we go back down here and we lose that guidance to expand our world in such an enlightened and fun and creative, expansive way. And there's going to be a new moon here, so you can plant those seeds with that overall vision of what is meaningful to you and where do you want to go, and what are your beliefs. Our beliefs create our reality, so you got to set those intentions in with what you believe in now, and how you can be, extend to the next level out in the world with whatever you want to manifest. And with this square to Uranus, maybe some of your work in your daily life and your habits like aren't in alignment with that. The sixth house is, the physical karma. So it's like the work that we're taking on or the people that we're dealing with, sometimes even soul contracts that we need to release in order to go after this bigger vision. So we can be maybe, shaken up with work and routines or health, maybe needing to pay attention to our health, but that's taking us on a little adventure to go like towards what we're really meant to be doing. So yeah, expect maybe just, or there's some online different way of working that kind of gives you more freedom out in the world. And if you just have an idea that comes your way that gives you more freedom with work, take it, plant the seeds, go, manifest that, because you can easily do that. And then we have Venus entering Leo, so it's going to beautify the 8th house. So this will bring this will bring in more money if you've been wanting a raise or, better contracts, if you've been needing to renegotiate stuff, if you've been wanting to deepen the love in your relationship. Again, this is going to be a beautiful and harmonious time to bring that fire, bring that passion. Beautiful. Okay, so you're already doing it. Stop overthinking. Face your true north. Yeah, the thing is, like with the South Node in Virgo, like don't like and Neptune on the planet that's ruling you, like don't overthink it. You just need to be excited every day and be up here and receive and follow your intuition. Actually, you overthinking it is stopping you. You are going through a massive reprogramming right now and kind of releasing all the boundaries and all the ways that you limited yourself. Like, yeah, you needed to be that way, previously, because there was a lot of intense stuff in a powerful evolution that you were evolving out of. But now it's time to get back into that play and that joy and your intuition and your flow. And that will push you towards your true north. So be in Pisces Delulu land. You got to embrace the Pisces energy, which is visualizing, manifesting, internally connecting with what you really want and what you came here for, like receiving that guidance from your higher self and following the signs, following the synchronicities, follow the Mayan calendar. Actually, this would be really literally so perfect with the North Node. I just started following that, and I am in flow. I'm in flow with my higher self. I live on synchronicity. I live with my higher self just flowing through me now. Like it is the easiest way to just be in flow, and that's how you're heading towards your purpose. The ever unfolding rose cracked open. It's not happening for you. It's for you, not to you. So with this, whatever intensity might be happening with family and who you are out in the world, know that this is like a intense evolution. And sometimes it can be so frustrating, and especially with the emotionally this month, but use this to really get back into your heart and to let it open you up to a whole nother level. The best way that we can radiate the most out in the world is to go through those intense, crazy things, and then to go and realize where we can open up our heart again, because most people actually walk with their heart closed off. And that's why the world's so fucked up, So you can find your power by opening up your heart and connecting to more of your purpose and what you're meant to be doing here. And let the next personal evolution really flow into you, out of you. That's what's happening right now. You're letting just that higher aspect of you flow into you and unblock everything, so it can create your reality in the best, easiest way for you. Like you're bypassing thinking. You need to just let it flow. I bitch sometimes at you guys because my best friend is a Capricorn, and I have to go. I have to tell him a lot, and now he's getting it. But yeah, anyway, I'm not that all of you are like that, but yeah. Sometimes you guys can be too practical, so this is the time to not be practical. Achievement, effort plus intention. So know if you set your intentions, your intention is everything. When you have the right intentions, that does most of the work. In the earthworm, I kind of love this for you that popped out, because it's kind of like you're going underground and you're really recognizing just who you are at that base foundation level, and planting seeds from there, getting back into your inner child again. Like when you were a kid, how did you always want to live? They're simple things. It's never complicated. And it's always about getting into your excitement and everything to really connect to that wonder. Okay, so earthworm is shy, hesitant, reluctant to share the vision, the inner vision. We all have felt the woes of the earthworm at some point along the way. The earthworm indicates a newbie or novice working towards established confidence in a new field. Others around you may seem wise and experienced, but it's important to remember that they once felt earthworm energy too. This card is a reminder not to be intimidated or lose hope. Mastery takes time and you're on the right track. Besides, rumor has it a beginner's mindset offers the most valuable insights. When in balance, earnest, intelligent, valuable. When out of balance, self-conscious, apprehensive. Bring into balance by speaking up, risking embarrassment. Yeah, that's where your power is coming from. You have an inner vision. And since it's in the fourth house, you might be wanting to keep it safe and wanting to keep it private. But you are going to be more powerful by just letting that vision out and feeling empowered with it. Because there might be a whole nother career direction that you're really going in. And, you know, this would be the time to just really let it out so you can find the right people that you want to work with that are going to be the best for you. And I want to read achievement. So, achievement. Effort plus intention. The white priestess of Buffalo stands shoulder to shoulder with the mighty beast, brings a message of the direction of your life. This is majorly about a direction of your life. She reveals to you that achieve success. Oops. Wait, I'm going to cough. One sec. She reveals to you that you will achieve success by aligning your consciousness with your conscious intentions with the drive and energy that why is this so hard? Align your consciousness with your drive and with your willpower and with your energy. That is the most important thing. If you're not going internal first before you're trying to make stuff happen out in the world, it makes it so much harder. You know, architects visualize before they build. Steve Jobs visualized the iPhone before he made it. Albert Einstein, you know, received everything to be him. You know, like you got to visualize before you create everything. And it just makes it so easy to create it, actually. So some people have clear, specific intentions, yet their efforts fall short due to confusion, misdirection, or even just laziness. Others put a lot of effort into their lives, but their intentions are unclear or even full of doubt. This message is here to bring the two together in a lucid and logical way. Understand your true intentions and take responsibility for the effort that you put into them every day. Buffalo are methodical and in their movement and have their humps on their shoulders, symbolic of the ability to carry heavy loads. This represents the systematic energy needed when attempting to bring your intentions to fruition. Abundant success is assured when you apply planning and patient effort to the intentions that truly resonate with your heart. Yeah. Why am I reading? Why is it so hard for me to read right now? But yeah, you got to listen to your heart first, because those are the right intentions and you can carry a heavy load. You have proved it. You don't need to prove that anymore. You need to visualize and make things easy so things can happen so much easier. And things will not have to be as hard as they were the past 15 years. Since this white buffalo is so sacred and rare, this card brings a special message. It's time to raise your intentions and take your effort into a higher level. Bring prayer to your path, and you will ignite the unlimited abundance that is this beautiful creature signifies. So affirm, I create clear intentions and put patient effort into my goals. I bring sacred prayers to my personal pursuits every day. Yeah, don't underestimate of having a spiritual practice every day. And for some reason, I'm thinking of this YouTube channel called, or the guy is called Jay Cohen, but he has a lot of good tips with structuring business from a place of authenticity, which is going to be the most empowering way moving forward. He does gene keys, but yeah, for some reason that, just popped in my head. I think that would be very, very useful for you guys. But yeah, powerful intentions. I get paid to exist, actually, because that's what's kind of trying to happen here. Is like you just being more of your authentic self out in the world is going to create everything. Um, I I have the best relationships and the best co-collaborations. I easily achieve all my hopes and my dreams and my goals. I have the best relationships. I am getting married. I am deepening the love. I am with the love of my life. I will meet the love of my life. You know, whatever affirmations like that, you can be a very, very powerful manifester this month. So make sure you do that, especially with relationships. But actually, the seventh house, and it's so funny, all you Capricorns say, I don't care about relationships, I just want to work. The seventh house does represent also like your business, how your business like shows up out in the world too. So you can also visualize that if you want, so you can attract more clients in. All right. Thank you so much, Capricorn. Hi, Aquarius. What's going on? Okay, so there might be some frustrations or delays when it comes to projects. This could be work projects. This could be like an overall vision of where you wanted to go with the projects and who you're collaborating with. And there's kind of a halt, you know, with Saturn and Neptune going retrograde in the third house. It's like, how do you structure your everyday life, and whether this is you needing to declutter in a way that so it makes it you more self-empowered. Do you need to organize more? Do you need to restructure your social media? Does your social media really represent who you truly are? Are you making space to receive all those creative ideas that want to effortlessly like flow through you on a daily basis? Your higher guidance just wants to flow in a very easy way. And are you making yourself able to receive by softening and surrendering the old plans and the old ways of structuring things, and there's power in surrendering with Neptune conjunct Saturn. There's power in letting go of old mindsets, old ways of doing things, so you can just be more so in flow with your higher self on a daily basis. And to do that, you got to be up here. You got to be above courage and you know, in love, inspiration, joy, enlightenment, and then everything can kind of flow in a very synchronistic way. I started doing the Mayan calendar, following the Mayan calendar, and that just helps you live in such effortless flow and synchronicity. There's UFO on TikTok and Instagram, UFO caller. She has easy one, so you can follow that. Or there's David and Bella on YouTube. Yeah, David and Bella QPW, I think. But if you spell David, DAYVD, it's with a V and a Y. Yeah, David and Bella, they have one too. But yeah, you want to be in flow with synchronicity on a daily basis. And if you're not in flow with synchronicity on a daily basis, you're doing something wrong. So that's the only thing. Let yourself kind of flow with reality. And then that's how everything can kind of work out in the best way possible, because you are meant to be a bigger force out in the world with Pluto in your first house. In Pluto in the first house, you can have some intensity, and maybe you have a fear with evolving and letting go of the past versions of yourselves. But there is power with evolving and letting yourself evolve, so you can step into that bigger and bigger and bigger vision of yourself, and that bigger role and that bigger identity. And you're going to do that by letting go. You know, by just allowing your higher self to kind of flow through you. And then that's going to connect you to more spontaneity and more fun with this nice air trine. Mars trine Pluto, trine this Uranus in the fifth. There might be fun connections that come your way, whether through dating or just creative projects or just through having fun, that kind of open up your world and shift your perspective. But they're meant to kind of come into your life to kind of loosen you up and let you kind of, you know, get more into your play and curiosity again. And that'll help you kind of be more in your self-expression and more in your charisma. So you show up out in the world in a way more powerful way. So you receive those creative business ideas. So you receive, yeah, the fifth house is like, you could be receiving creative business ideas that you implement, or you could be receiving a creative idea for music or art or whatever. So you can manifest in a really effortless way and be more so on your Dharma timeline and show up out in the world in a more powerful way by just being your authentic self. And sometimes that's scary, but let yourself be weird. And that's actually where the power is. So there might be some tension. There might be a need to let go of things. This could be with relationships too, or with belief systems, but you could definitely release old mindsets so you can have more powerful belief systems that allow you to co-collaborate with people in the world more so from oneness and the love of humanity. That gives you more of that flexibility with where you're supposed to go out in the world, and anything you have to let go of around here. I would not get into any debates during this time. This gets really tense around the 8th. Then, you can know what you need to let go of so you can find more of that expansion and more of being on your Dharma timeline and having more fun. So then there's this full moon in Aquarius, so spotlight on you. This is where you're going through a personal evolution, and it's a big evolution because you're changing up your beliefs out in the world. You're aligning with your meaning and purpose, and you're maybe making adjustments in your relationships and what you value. So you can show up out in the world into Aquarius 2.0, 5.0, 7.0, whatever 0.0, and let yourself be that more powerful version of yourself and step into who you really want to be, regardless of what anyone thinks, and you're going to do it through having more fun and allowing yourself to have more fun and be lighthearted, because that's how you get in connection with your higher self. And let's see. So, and releasing any roles and identities that you're kind of done with. And then Mercury going direct, you've reevaluated your serious relationships, and this could be business, personal, friendships, family. You've gone through a review. You've maybe changed perspectives, maybe had tough conversations, and now you can move forward with knowing exactly what you want in your relationships, and from that soulful place, from the heart. So you can be in that deep alignment with really strong connections that bring that vibrancy and bring that fun to you, that pump you up out in the world to be more of your authentic self, because a Leo will just be their authentic self. They don't care about the group as much. So you can have those strong connections moving forward, and that's going to be really nice because Venus is going to enter here. So if there was challenges or miscommunication in your relationships, now it's beautifying those relationships, bringing a lot of harmony and joy, and it's going to be a good time to travel, or travel if you want, or have fun, have more passion. Make sure you're having fun in your relationships. That's the only relationships that will really, really survive. And be with someone that makes you laugh. And if you're single, this is going to be the time. You know exactly what you want now. You can manifest them in. So affirm for them to come in. You are with your perfect relationship. You are going to be married in a year. You are going to have everything that you want, whatever you want. Affirm it until they come in and it's in your reality. And that works. If you guys want me to share more of my manifestation methods, I am a master manifester now. So, and being a powerful manifester, you could be too, in a very easy way. It's all about being in alignment with yourself first. And then we have Jupiter conjunct Venus in the 6th house. So this is going to be really, really nice with your work. So if there have been frustrations with work, this is where things are going to be going really well now. There is a boost coming in, there's money going to be coming in, or not, maybe just coming in. Maybe you're seeing it where it can be coming in, and it'll be coming in like later this fall, but you're excited now. This could be a big project, like finally going and taking off. This could be you really beautifying your home actually and moving, because Venus rules your 9th house and 4th house. But This could be you connecting with friends and, bigger hopes and dreams and money, but this is just amplified, and maybe you're just getting the nice work and the nice routine that's, really just easy and in flow with who you truly are. And, you're getting into that self-care and self-love and really listening to your body, because that's going to give you all that wisdom that you need so you can be in that natural alignment that is really meant for you. Listen to your emotions. Your emotions are telling you where you need to be and where you need to go. Alignment is the number one thing, to make everything happen in an easy and effortless way. So this can be a major healing moment, for your body and taking care of your body. You could be finding the perfect diet, the perfect routine. If you need to hire somebody, this is a perfect time to do it. If you've been wanting to start something with your business, this is also a really, really good time to do it. But yeah, I love how it's going to be trending the North Node. So whatever you start here is going to lead towards more material stability, in the long term. Yeah, stability and abundance and money coming in. And then it's Virgo season. So everything's entering your eighth house, and there's going to be a new moon here. So we're planting seeds with the eighth house, which is shared finances. This is where we invest our time and our energy and making sure it's in alignment with our bigger manifestations, and that we're not like wasting too much of our time and energy where it's not going to be the most useful, because it's going to be square Uranus in the fifth house. There can be a revolution with the way that you work or the way you invest your time and energy in things that leads to a lot more freedom. And maybe it's from a creative idea that frees you up. Maybe it's you deciding readjusting where your creative energy is going, because that's the fifth house. So you can focus it more on manifesting your bigger dreams and desires. The eighth house is where we make investments. So for our future. So planting seeds for our business, for our investments, for the money that we want to attract in. It's going to be a really powerful time to do that. But also this could be a new beginning with really shedding the layers, like, doing that shadow work, making sure that you're not holding yourself back from any shame or guilt or doubt that stops you from taking action out in the world, that you're releasing any dense emotions that are more so from down here. So you can allow that life force energy to kind of flow through you, and then go after your desires and what you're passionate about and what's going to be really deeply fulfilling to you. And this could be a new beginning in a powerful collaboration or partnership. And then Venus is entering your seventh house. Oh, and I already described that. Oh, yeah. And Uranus is making a sextile to, did I describe that? No, I didn't. Venus is making a sextile to Neptune and Saturn in the third house. So that's kind of like a creative idea. So yeah, this could be something that comes your way either from a creative idea that completely shifts the way you go about your daily life and social media strategies and the way you write, the way you create. This could be even a person coming in that helps open up your world so you can create in a better way and structure your everyday life in a better way. Maybe somebody comes in through social media and, you start dating them. Actually, that could be definitely significant with that. But you're getting back into your play and your fun and your excitement so you can restructure your everyday life so it's in flow, so you can create your best reality and manifest your best reality in the way that's best for you. Robotic affirmations could be really, really powerful for you, by the way. But you're getting in tune, you're going internal and getting aligned internally with that inner vision, with what you want to create and what is your mindset and how can you have a more positive mindset. Okay, so starseed, you're a starseed. If you didn't know, obviously all Aquarius risings are starseeds. And I mean, all humans are too. We all have something, in us. But what lights you up? You're on your starseed timeline. You're supposed to be allowing that higher galactic knowledge just flow through you and not feeling bad about it, not caring what other people say. You're probably Octurian, but you have these deep that soul wisdom that needs to help the collective. So no matter how weird it sounds, you need to follow it, and you can do it in a fun way. Actually, just follow what lights you up and be different. Be different, follow your own path, and that is the best way to free others and show people how to do it. Sacred action, decisive focus. Whoa, this is powerful. So yeah, this is you really getting in touch with sacred action from the heart, and what you need to take action on that's actually going to be the most powerful. And it's going to allow you to step more into your courage and more into your full embodiment. So sacred action, decisive focus. It's time to bring the active energy of the cheetah into your life. The swift cat represents decisive action and intense focus. An honest look I almost want to put on an accent. An honest look for some reason. Okay, I'm not going to do that. For some reason has been put on hold. Perhaps you have been waiting for a better time, unsure of what you want to take action and focus on, or what you want to focus on, unsure what you want to focus on, or even what action to take. This card is telling you to let go of the hesitation. Your soul longs for you to move forward on your path. Whether your goal is personal, professional, spiritual, you have the power to manifest whatever you desire. Now is the time to resolve to pick a direction that your heart calls to and act. Let go of the self-doubt and fear of making the wrong decision. The strength of your spirit will guide you every step of the way, easily too. And it's fun because you get to follow your inspiration. Your spirit may also take you in the more global direction of sacred activism, because that's actually what you're meant to be doing. The light of shared consciousness between animal and human can help you take decisive action and to make the earth. Decisive actions with. Oh my gosh, what is this? This is my last one. Then I got to go have lunch. But yeah, human can help you take decisive action to make the earth and all of her life forms a top priority. As your loving intention expands to encompass others, it accelerates the beneficial momentum and activates blessings worldwide. In this way, you have the power to heal the earth and yourself in your actions and choices every day. Affirm, I focus on the options before me. I choose to take decisive action in the direction of my dreams. Yep, your dreams and where your heart is calling you is the only way. If you don't listen to that, then you're not going to be successful or doing what you want to do. Sorry, I'm just sassy. I know, sometimes if an Aquarius does not believe in this stuff, for example, there's almost no fucking talking them out of it until you bash them with facts. And sometimes predicting the bad, because that's the most noticeable. Anyway, I won't do that. I only do that to this Aquarius rising that needs to get a little less hard-headed or block-headed. But you are here for such a bigger mission, and you need to just be open to so many different perspectives that serve humanity. And actually, at the end of the day, really just listening to your own heart and your own vision and doing life that way and not doing it the old ways. Okay, so hawk, watchful, all-seeing messenger of divinity. The sharp eyes of the hawk watch our every move. The keen-eyed bird has the ability to see every little detail as well as the bigger picture. When this card appears, fate has its eyes on you. and the winds are shifting. It is said that the hawk carries news upon its wings. It is sent from divinity itself to deliver it. The message should not be taken lightly, though it may seem small or insignificant. It will eventually redirect your course. So when in balance, sees clearly, intuitive. When out of balance, sees too much, suspicious. Bring into balance by perspective shift. Yeah, you kind of have. I saw a hawk yesterday when I was hugging a tree when I felt like a little overwhelmed. It works so much, and it kind of connects you to the oneness in your heart in such a powerful way. So get out into nature if that's possible. But the hawk is really bringing you a bigger perspective and a bigger knowing that you already know. It's all about you tuning in and listening and trusting that. And you're getting it from your inner guidance system. And that's what's up. All right. Thank you so much, Aquarius. I'm going to go eat because poor Pisces, so sensitive. I will be too cranky on them. And I can't do that. Okay. But if you would like a reading, check out my link in bio. Pisces, so what's going on with you? Let's see what's going on for our August. So we have Mars entering your 8th house. You know, this is going to be kind of a deep dive into the 8th house topics, which is where you deal with the darker topics in life, you know, where you do that deep shadow work and that deep healing. And one sec, let me make sure my microphone is working. And there might just be frustrations, you know, really coming up right now. Whether it's just anger or resentments or jealousy. I'm going to pull up the vibrational scale because it's literally just all the emotions at the bottom of the vibrational scale that we feel that kind of trap us, you know, in just our ego. So wherever we're feeling fear or grief or doubt or shame, you know, that stuff can really get purged up so we can release it. And there might be a trigger coming through a relationship because we need to find some sort of rebalancing. And this could be rebalancing out of finances. But this is so you can set up, you know, a structure and prioritize where your time and energy is going and what relationships are best serving you. With Saturn and Neptune in the 2nd house, you're evaluating your finances and your income and how can you make more money? How can you make more money that's more in flow with, you know, who you really are? And maybe there's kind of a release of old structures or old work that's no longer serving you anymore because there's a different way to do things. But really aligning with what's really, you know, where you're really being called towards when it comes to making money and releasing that. You could also be releasing any lack mentality. Any type of lack or limitation is just a perception, and it's all about opening up your perception so you see the abundance that can really flow in. This could also deal with, you know, just triggers with self-worth. So you really pump yourself up and really, you know, get more of that confidence and value yourself. But yeah, you know, this is definitely uncomfortable for Pisces. Yeah. Like you're really restructuring your finances and, you know, there could be a relationship where you're maybe wasting too much time and energy and you need to prioritize, you know, your money and your income and your dreams that you have with that and the material stability that you really need. Because the 2nd house is really just material stability. It's, you know, the food that we have in the fridge. It's our everything that we need around the house. What's bringing you that stability and comfort? And maybe you've been even hanging on to too many things. And this would be the time to release. So you're kind of matching the new version of you that you're stepping into. And yeah, get rid of anything that's really not serving you. But I do like this because Mars is going to be making a trine to Pluto and Uranus. So this just looks like a internal clearing majorly, where, you know, if you were holding on to any, you know, there could be shocking, you know, ungrounding things that happen around home and family, but this is kind of like shaking things up, bringing things to the surface so they can be cleared, or so you can move and be in the right direction, or move in the, if you, and this, like, not that there would be a tower moment with this. If there was, it's just good because it's a trine. So it's like, oh, tower moment happens, but this is actually where you're supposed to be, and this is like way better. But with this Mars Uranus trine, I would say maybe there's support from a family member, or maybe a family member says something and it helps you clear up the past and the past stories that you were maybe hanging on to. But there's this kind of way that you can kind of be more authentic, like with your inner world and with the core of who you are. And you're setting yourself free from anything that was keeping you. Wait one sec. Okay. Yeah, had to get coffee, get my brain back on. Okay, so um let's see. Uranus making, or Mars making a trine to Uranus. Yeah, this just looks like a majorly clearing out period. And it just happens. It's like things come up and they get cleared out, and you know, you're kind of really freeing yourself. And then at the same time getting more in tune with your original core frequency. So this is really powerful, and this can be very transformative. And that's really important because whenever, you know, you have such a big internal shift or an internal awakening, you can create your life in a completely different way. So I really, really do like that. And then it's going to be all about, you know, merging with the right relationships. You know, you're finding that balance in your relationships, but then there can be definitely powerful co-collaborators. You know, maybe like very significant relationships come into your life, maybe somebody from the past, maybe somebody from a past life. But yeah, so significant co-collaborators that you connect with after maybe you set some boundaries out of self-worth or with your finances. And yeah, or yeah, and it could be like, you know, for business with a business partner or clients and stuff like that. Okay. So then we have the full moon in Aquarius. So there's going to be a spotlight in your 12th house. You're clearing out those subconscious stories. The 12th house is the subconscious internal karma that we're evolving out of through our entire lives, because we will never get through all of that. That is the connection to everything and everyone, and you know, also the connection to your higher self. So you're getting in tune with it in a big way with your higher self, and you could be receiving some interesting dreams or symbolisms, signs, synchronicities that kind of point you in a certain direction. It's going to be a powerful time to journal and to write. So, you know what you're kind of clearing out, but at the same time, you're getting that emotion, that attunement to your inner world. So you can be more powerful with creating your reality. And maybe there's ways that you didn't, stand up for yourself in relationships. And this would be really highlighted now. Like, what story are you telling yourself about your relationships, about work, about your life? And how can you get more aligned with that higher aspect of yourself and go through, an evolution so you can relate in higher ways and manifest your reality in a better way? And then Mercury direct in the 6th house. So you're finding routines and schedule and diet and exercise that is really, really, expanding for you. And I think, routines and just work in your everyday life that really get you into your heart and into your higher self is going to be the most expansive for you. So finding work that you really love, finding a way that you can structure your life in a way that's that you can be passionate about on a daily basis. So, if you have any creative work, that's the way that you can really get that creative flow going, and yeah, moving forward from there. And then we have Saturn making a sextile to Uranus in the fourth house. So there can be just, kind of, you could be moving for work. You can be deciding to work from home and maybe make adjustments around the home. But it's all about what are you internally like really connecting with when it comes to that ideal vision of yourself and pumping up your self-worth all the way and really feeling confident in what material security do you need, and then also what kind of foundation do you need, and what changes can you make from there, because we're going into a new era, and you get to set this new era in that way. And then we have Venus conjunct Jupiter. So this one's nice. Okay, all the boring stuff, but this one's really, really nice. So Venus conjunct Jupiter in the fifth house. This is, the fun house. This is fun, self-expression, creativity, it's dating, it's love. So if you've been needing to have more fun, like so much of us like forget to have fun, and that is actually so important for our alignment. This is the time to like go out, have fun, and maybe get into some sort of new hobby that is really expanding. Maybe invest in that creative project that you've been really wanting to invest in. And you can, just that find so much more fulfillment with that. When you figure out the ways that you want to, express yourself and to really tap into your natural gifts and talents, and your natural charisma, that just makes you more magnetic out in the world. And that's kind of going to push you in a certain direction towards more growth and evolution with, your role out in the world. And how can you step into that higher avatar that is just, really magnetic with a wide open heart, because Jupiter in Venus here can bring a lot of compassion, a lot of forgiveness, for the past, and elevate you out of like old familial cycles, just because Cancer energy does deal with family. And maybe you're having fun with family again and kind of remembering like the nostalgia and, those having fun with those close relationships and having a lot of just internal growth with that. On an esoteric side, I do like Jupiter conjunct Venus on the star Sirius, because that is our spiritual sun. And that's the sun's higher elevated dimensional sun. So you can get insane downloads, when it comes to creativity and like a creative idea for your business, or, just the perfect like song that just naturally like comes out in one day, a book, writing a poem, whatever. Like if you're doing anything creative, this is just like it coming to you. And like, Fiona Apple always talks about like, that's just all that happens is I open up the receiver and then it goes just blurts out, and it's not even difficult. This is what you're tapping into this month. So really like tune into receiver mode, and to be in receiver mode, you got to be in the, up here in love, joy, peace, enlightenment, fun. So you can really receive, the best thing, so you can really receive those inspirational ideas and that soulful guidance with what's going to be really fulfilling to you and your heart. And if you're single, this could be a time where, a super lucky time where you meet somebody really, really special. And I love how it's also on Sirius for that, because this could be a very strong, higher level soulmate connection, like a higher dimensional soulmate connection that is really, really fulfilling and magnetic. And it kind of gets you back into more of your original self, before life, made us all serious and stuff. So you can, have that giddiness and have that fun. And yeah, so this is really, really beautiful, beautiful for creative projects, beautiful for you finding fun and your, boosting up your self-expression and your charisma. And yeah, dating. So, in finding the love of your life, actually, this could be a serious relationship just because this is trining the North Node. That could definitely be once in a lifetime type of love that comes into your life. And then Virgo season, everything moving into your seventh house. So there's a spotlight on your seventh house, and you're going through a releasing period of time. You're releasing over giving too much in relationships. You might be releasing certain relationships. You kind of know, or you're getting to know which relationships and which kind of dynamics that you are evolving out of. And then because there's going to be a new moon here. So you can be planting the seeds with what kind of relationships do you want? That's time to, you can set your intentions. Do you want to get married? Do you want to move in? Do you want to, do you want to attract in your perfect soulmate? I find that it's really nice to just list out everything that you want in your, ideal relationship or husband. And then you just affirm over and over and over again that I am with my ideal husband. They came in so fast. We are getting married. I am so excited. And affirm that, especially this month, until they're in your reality, and they will be in your reality. But you do have to get out of your house. You do have to go out and have fun. Go, follow your passions, follow your excitement. You'll, find, a very special relationship. I feel like I always have to, remind that just to girls. We're all hermits now. God, COVID ruined us, and we got to get out of the house. So, new moon happening, time to set those intentions. There might be some shakiness because it is square Uranus in the fourth house. So, shakiness between a significant relationship and home and family, and some way that you can kind of go through an evolution. Like maybe there's a story from the past that you needed to break out of so you can have stronger relationships, because we learn all of our relationship stuff from, the past, and maybe not the healthiest dynamics. I mean, yeah. I mean, we don't have healthy relationship dynamics right now. That's what we're evolving into. So you can tell your story that you want in relationships. But then Venus is going into the sixth house, and that's going to boost up your work and your daily life and your routines and make them really nice, make them really wonderful. Okay, so this is definitely going to be, and I love this card that came out, like, look at all that water. A month of deep rest and replenishment, so you can be held. With all this stuff going on in the dark houses, it is very, very powerful for you to really connect with your inner world and your just your inner world. Because when you have that, like, such a solid foundation of your inner core, and you know exactly what you want and exactly what you want to manifest, and you can listen to your intuition with when you want to go out and when it's time to take action, then you can be so much more in flow. And find your power that way. So definitely take some time, like maybe even being by water or taking lots of baths, but going in the ocean is really nice. And then also just like lakes and everything, bodies of water, that can be ultra healing with all this water going on. And whatever leaves your life, if anything leaves your life, know that really good things are coming in that are taking you more so towards your Dharma timeline, which being on the Dharma timeline is more fun because, whenever you're in karma, it's something, that you're stuck in, that's stale, that's keeping you in the same patterns and loops. And now it's time to go towards the new, reinvent yourself in a whole different way, and really step into this new version of who you are. And the divine masculine came out. So electric, active power. So maybe you're manifesting in a divine masculine, or your masculine energy is just evolving into a whole new way. So you can really listen to, this is the masculine energy that's in tune with the feminine. So you can listen to that internal guidance that you're getting, and then take that lightning bolt action that is easy and it is direct and so in alignment with, your inner, what you're visualizing in your inner world. And Dragonfly came out. Yay. Okay. Transformation. So Dragonfly is master of light, illusion, and the mind. Dragonfly is an ancient and ethereal creature that awakens in a sense of wonder and awe. This dragonfly is a symbol of the mind, as it is always moving, shifting, shimmering, and changing. When the dragonfly card appears, it's worth considering the quality of your mind and perception. Are they restless or still, dreamlike or crystal clear? The situation at hand may be different than it appears at first glance. The dragonfly reminds us to calm the mind so the light of wisdom can shine through. When in balance, sees clearly, joyful, magical. When out of balance, can't concentrate, busy mind, bring into balance, focus on the breath. So if you didn't watch the beginning of the video, definitely going and hugging a tree is going to be very, very powerful. And you'll be shocked. Like, if you really just like get into your heart and breathe, like it's almost like taking like a sleep aid or something. You can find such like peace when you find that interconnectedness with nature. Because, the eighth house, when stuff gets triggered here, sometimes it can bring in, panic. And that panic isn't necessarily always from the situation. Sometimes it is triggering up past stuff that makes us like panic a little more. So know that this is the time to really, go within self-care, self-love. Like this is how you can receive the best. And know that, going within and holding true to what you value and what you value, so you can manifest that in an easier way is, I don't know, taking downtime is just as powerful as taking action. So it's not all about taking action. Know that when you get that inner alignment with visualizing and connecting to the other side and your higher self, you can move so much faster towards your goals. And I think that's what you're getting in alignment with. All right. Thank you so much, Pisces. Hi, Aries. Okay. So this is kind of a bigger month for you. And this has, whenever a tougher aspect happens at the angles of the chart, it's, usually more prevalent in your life. But then again, Saturn and Neptune are retrograde, but there could be some sort of trigger from a relationship, a significant other. The seventh house, you're going back and forth with relationships and trying to find a new balance. So with Mars in the seventh house, you might be somebody that's a little aggressive or agitating or triggering you. So it could be a friend, business, client, family, your significant other, something that, could come in and just be a little frustrating. And there is a focus with finding balance in relationships since, Mars rules you. It's going to be in the sign of Libra. You're more mindful of finding balance in cooperation with relationships that you can really, really work with in a really powerful way. And that's going to be nice because there's this nice air trine. So it's all about relationships and how you socialize. And you're going internal first, with, your identity and who you're becoming. Neptune here is like that bigger vision, and maybe where you did have rose-colored glasses, but now you can really tune into the vision that you want. And how do you need to be realistic about that vision? Do you need to set boundaries? Is there certain cycles and relationships that you're done with? There's just kind of a need to slow down and get aligned with your inner world before you react to anything or cut anybody off, because you don't want to be with Neptune can make things confusing. So you got to make sure that you're seeing things like clearly and like kind of like hold back for a second before you just cut somebody completely off. you know, go within, you know, who are you? What are your dreams for your entire life? Because the first house rules your whole life. And what structure do you need to have to achieve your goals? Do you need yeah, do you need to put up a what I think, yeah, boundaries. And yeah, at the end of the day, who are you teaming up with, and are they bringing more balance and more growth and more harmony? Because relationships do mirror you, and it's all about finding those relationships that you can team up with and collaborate with, and who's really aligned, so you can, you know, connect with those powerful relationships that are just kind of like on the same wavelength, and there's some synergy there, and you can evolve beyond, you know, what your ego says. Like sometimes our ego says we need to hang on to a relationship because of, you know, whatever, because it's a failure, or, you know, it'll make you look bad if you stop hanging out. But you got to be authentic with you and what you really want, and see also at the same time what your relationships are reflecting back to you, so you can evolve, you know, more so into that higher identity, into that higher version of yourself. But Mars trine Pluto in the 11th, you're meant to be powerful and have a powerful network out in the world. And, you know, you could be an influencer on social media, or this could be out in your community. You know, you could just have a lot of friends. You're meant to have, you know, be powerful with your friendships and have transformative friendships. And with Uranus in the third house, so there's something about your everyday life and communication that's getting a little bit more exciting, getting a little bit more energy. It might be shifting your perspective and your mindset. There's just a lot more authenticity coming through your voice and everything. And with that, you can really form strong connections that are, you know, meant to be there and that you can grow and evolve with. So yeah, I like it overall. Maybe there's some tension, but it's making you realize what you want in relationships, and then you're moving forward. So use every trigger to just become more aware of what you really want. And then there's a full moon in Aquarius, which is happening in your 11th house. So this could be you letting go of a friend after this triggering situation. But it doesn't have to, it could just be changing dynamics too. This is highlighting your hopes and your dreams and your wishes, though. And how can you evolve to the next vision? So this is what you're releasing, so you can kind of update that vision with what you want to go after. You know, what is inspiring you, what is kind of breaking you out of the box, what is making you motivated, and yeah, really set some intentions with that. And then Mercury direct in Leo, you've gone back and forth with your self-expression and your creativity and what's fun to you. And now you're moving forward, really knowing what's fun and who do you want to hang out with and how do you want to express yourself with less of a filter and more so from the heart. And yeah, what kind of love story do you want too at the same time? Because the fifth house is love, romance, and yeah, your love story. And how can you open up your heart and soften your heart to retell yourself a story so you can live out the best love story? And then let's see, Uranus is going to make Uranus is making a sextile to Saturn and Neptune. So there might be new ideas that come your way, or communication, or maybe you're reading a blog or some sort of information coming your way that kind of makes you open up to the ways that you present yourself out in the world. Uranus in the third house is bringing new people, new ideas in your everyday life. It's kind of opening you up to more play, more curiosity, and more authentic ways of just being spontaneous in your everyday life, where you can embrace more of your fire and kind of just flow, and or maybe not flow. Aries doesn't really flow, they just go. So where you can kind of like be inspired and follow that inspiration and try new things out, and Yeah, see how that might break you out of past structures where you are limited. It's kind of like the mind filter is less there now, and you're just receiving and going with it, you know? So enjoy that spontaneity and, see how this can maybe rework your vision and rework the way that you present yourself to the world so you find more of that authenticity. So the cards that you're getting, uh-oh, I gotta get one sec. And then Venus enters Leo. Wait, did I do new moon in Virgo? No, new moon in Virgo. Okay, so there's going to be a new beginning with work, diet, health, routines, exercise, and you're planting the seeds. And you might be receiving some innovative ideas with how you structure your everyday life with this square to Uranus. And maybe something breaks down, but this is, leading you to a better way of doing things, a more innovative way that might actually free you up in your everyday life. So this could be very beneficial. And then Venus enters the fifth house. So where you were maybe having miscommunication with in your dating life or in your relationships or with creative projects or discovering how you want to express yourself more creatively, you're going to have a lot more fun now. And you're going to have a lot more charisma and just a lot of love in your relationships and a lot of passion because Venus in Leo is very passionate and bold and, showy, grandiose. Yeah, that's going to really beautify, the fun area of your life. So it's time to get out, have fun. If you're single, go put yourself out there, have a lot of fun, and you can meet a very significant relationship. So 4 came out. This is all about summoning power with your instinct, intellect, control. I think your intuition is, tuning on in a whole nother level. You're going to be very intuitively sensitive. And you following your natural instinct where you just take action, you're seeing how in tune you are with the world or with the bigger cycles. And the initiation, rite of passage, crossing the threshold. Yeah, this is an initiation month where, you're leaving the past and the old behind and you're seeing the door and the window because the eagle came out. The eagle is the wide perspective. Let me read the eagle though. But it looks like, of course, Aries energy, it just kind of looks like you're going for it. And you have this instinct and you're just like, yes, it's a slow down to go internal at the same time. But this is very like you're in the in between of becoming that fuller embodiment of yourself, but you have the right instincts to go in the right direction. So, eagle, all pervading power, truth seeker, transforms karma. The noble eagle emanates the light of the sun. This great bird is both physically and spiritually strong and represents mastery over the elements of fire and air. When the eagle appears, which you have, so when the eagle appears, you'll soon be thrown into the karmic fire for the sake of transformation. The eagle pushes us to be our best and brightest selves and stops at nothing to see us shine. Grasp the sun in your talons and hold on for the ride. You are stronger than you think, eagle child. So when in balance, bright, radiant in challenges, and when out of balance, controlling. So bring into balance by stepping into the unknown. Yeah, you're stepping into the unknown, and this is kind of like the trial and error period before we really fully move into 2026. So you see something, it's sparkly, it's that spark of inspiration, and you're gonna go and just grab it, and you're following your instincts, and you got to trust how your intuition is turning on in like a whole new way. And you might be evolving out of karmic cycles or tests that you're just finished with, but it does look like you can finish it in a way where you're finding more balance and harmony and what's good for all right, thank you so much, Aries. Hi, Taurus. Okay, so let's see what's going on for you. So Mars is entering your sixth house, and it's going to be opposite Saturn and Neptune in the 12th. So there might be some frustrations with work and your everyday like schedule and your routines. And this can, be pressure for evolution, but that's kind of nice because the 12th house and sixth house is where we evolve out of karma. And the 12th house is our subconscious karma. This is where we're manifesting our whole reality about the big unknown of what's in the back of our minds that we're not always aware of the stories that we're telling ourselves. And are we creating our lives from past programming, or are we creating our lives from our connection with our higher self, which you have a deep connection with right now? You have a strong connection with your higher self, but it's all about listening to being up here in this higher vibration so you can listen to your higher self more and release anything that's not, your soul doesn't speak out of any of these down here. Your soul speaks in inspiration and love and upliftment and positivity. And you can see where you are holding yourself back from the past, like, or holding yourself back in ways that you are probably unaware of, where you can evolve out of those now. And maybe it's something that you didn't see, and it could have to do with a relationship, just because this is the relationship aspect, or access. So you can evolve out of karma, because Saturn in the 12th house, you're definitely going through a cleansing of karma and releasing, big cycles that you took on. So you can really connect to more of that, the higher timelines. And with Neptune here, it's like saying just surrender, be in flow. That's actually where the control is. You want to let go where you've been hanging on to, structures that are, too, limiting, actually, because Saturn does rule your 10th house and 9th house. So, this is like who you've been out in the world and your career and the vision and belief that you had, and what's actually like not connected to the universal truths. So softening your heart and kind of connecting to oneness and maybe paying more attention to the laws of the universe can help you evolve out of any of the subconscious stories or ways you subconsciously limited yourself that you can release. And maybe there's just some frustrations or wild dreams that pop up, but spend some time connecting to your higher self, and maybe having a dream journal or meditating or scripting, writing, journaling. Those are all ways that you can kind of connect to your higher self. And yeah, Mars in the sixth house is going to tell you what you want to cut out in your everyday life. Where have you been taking action from these stories that aren't super self-empowering or in connection with that higher aspect of you, where you can be more empowered in your relationships and in your everyday life and with your health, and find more collaboration with people? Because when you evolve or let go of what you don't want, there's going to be a lot of room for what you do want, because Mars is making a trine to Pluto, which you're meant to be powerful out in the world, and you're meant to go through this personal evolution with your career and with your long range goals, so you can be very, the most powerful version of yourself out in the world, and not being afraid to let go of work or some sort of image or reputation that worked for a little bit, but maybe you gotta evolve. Your soul is calling you towards something else, and it's all about really listening to that, because that is where you will be the most powerful. And Mars making a trine to Uranus in the second, you can have more freedom with making money. If you have multiple income streams, if you're really following whatever you're kind of magnetized to, like different ways to make money, you can update your values and to really break through any limiting mindsets or beliefs, so you can really open up the flow of abundance that can flow into your life in a more effortless way. But yeah, you're going through a slow transformation with career and how you make money. And it's important to follow your curiosity, open up your world, look towards the future, and yeah, listen to those lightning strikes of just ideas that might come your way. That can open up your world also. And there might just be people that come your way that kind of guide you in the right direction because these are, social air sign houses. And then full moon in Aquarius. So there's going to be a spotlight on your career. And this is going to show you, with it's going to make this Mars, Saturn, Neptune stuff like a little bit more amplified. And it's showing you what you're done with, what you need to evolve out of. And yeah, there might be an aspect of who you've been out in the world or something to do with your career that you're releasing. Maybe you're releasing a project, or maybe you're releasing some sort of role or position, or so you can go to the next level. So you can evolve to more of what you're really aligning with. And yeah, be really powerful with that. Not being, because when the moon is full, you're getting that emotional awareness of who you are out in the world right now and how can you be more aligned how can you bring more of the internal external, because sometimes there's a delay with that. But we're getting that emotional awareness of where do we want to go long term? How can we show up out in the world in a way that is, more impactful and more resonant with who we really are? And then Mercury direct in the fourth house. This is your home, family, and foundation. So maybe there was a back and forth with like redoing your home, remodeling, redecorating, moving things around. So you can really have a nice, easy flow in your home, in your comfort zone. Home is where the heart is. So you can have a creative nest and just let the creativity flow out of you and have a place where you can go, and just fully recharge and be, just be, and be happy. And then, and Venus is going in there too. So it's going to make things really nice, especially when it comes to home and family, dynamics and the personal relationships at home. It's going to be good to be a homebody and to really just be centered in yourself and in your core, and, maybe even a little hermit mode and feeling good about it. And then, did I talk about Venus and Jupiter? No, I didn't. Okay, so Venus and Jupiter are conjuncting in your third house. So this can be a major, you're going to be very optimistic in general. You're going to have a lot of charisma with speaking, with writing. You could have a ton of ideas with writing. You could work on a project and just it comes out, super fast. I love how this is going to be conjunct Sirius, which is our son's spiritual sun, our son's spiritual sun. So it is our sun at a higher dimension. So we're receiving those higher dimensional ideas when it comes to money and love and, our deeper soulful wisdom. So we can really feel what's really right for us. And, it's interesting, the third house being ruled by Cancer for Taurus, a lot of what we know is through vibes. A lot of what we know is trusting our feeling and, trusting that wisdom that comes through feeling, and we can't always explain why we know what we know, but we know what we know because we feel it and we know it from that way. And that's kind of a better way of that's a better way of knowing, actually, versus knowing the facts and the logic and everything. You're in tune with past lifetimes, from this earth, from other earths, from other planets, whatever. There's not other earths, maybe. You're in tune with all your past lifetimes. It's soul knowledge. It is knowledge from, your soul, which is, very, very expansive. So you're getting in tune with that in a very big way, and it can completely uplift your mindset and give you some of that wisdom that can bring you some sort of clarity and, maybe some sort of direction too, and kind of get you on a higher timeline when it comes to your everyday life and how you manifest in your everyday life. And yeah, creating so you can be more in flow with your just your heart and your soul, and just more so in the body. And yeah, I like it's just so like powerful to just like be in your heart and listen to the guidance of your heart versus like being in the mind. The mind is where you get trapped. So being in your heart and really like listening and being in your own intuitive flow is going to be the most powerful and allow the most creativity to kind of flow out into the world. You can meet a very significant relationship just out and about in your community, especially since this is going to be conjunct Sirius, bringing in higher level soul connections and everything. So if you're single, this could be a time where you're just out and about with your friends, or going to an event, or just meeting someone online even. That is like, a very abundant relationship that is, beautiful and all of that. So, all right. So anything else? I talked about Venus. Virgo new moon. Okay. So yeah, Virgo new moon, there's going to be seeds that you're planting with fun, dating, romance, creativity. This is a very important area of life because we're releasing where we were maybe too rigid with the way we created things. Maybe we thought it had to be a certain way, where we actually can just tune into the bigger flow of just that, bigger soulful expression that wants to just come out of us. And what I reckon, yeah, you just got to be excited, like to let that creativity flow out. It's actually less about being structured. It's kind of Tyler, the creator, said, like, yeah, create like a child, edit like a scientist. That's kind of like what this is. Like sometimes we create like a scientist with a Virgo in the fifth house, but I think this is the time where we just play when we create, and yeah, we can do that. But then again, Virgo's really funny too, but we're getting the funny back, and the lightheartedness of Virgo back after maybe being too rigid with it. But yeah, plant some seeds, and there can be innovative ideas for sure with making money, innovative, creative business ideas, or monetizing a skill or talent. And yeah, maybe really investing in that. And yes, okay. So soul radiance, Phoenix rising. You are letting your soul radiate in a whole new way. So this is very exciting, maybe more so in your everyday life. You're just going to be in flow mode permanently from now on, like I am. What I love right now is the Mayan calendar, because it is like so much more energetically, like, it instantly puts you in synchronicity. And it's just like so like in flow. So I do the Mayan calendar. I follow UFO Caller. She's on Instagram and TikTok. If you want to check that out, I recommend it. Keepers of the Earth. And I love how she does it too. There's also David and Bella, QPW. They go more into teaching about it. I think I'll do that to really like learn about it, more in depth, instead of just being told about it. But yeah. So keepers of the earth, you are not alone. Ancient ancestors stand beside you. So yeah, you might just get a very intense knowing in your everyday life of ancestors being right there. That kind of looks like Jupiter and Venus in the third, like your ancestors are just right there with you, surrounded, right now in your everyday life. So trust they're sending you the signs and the messages and the synchronicities. So you're guided and going in the right direction. And a death and rebirth, darkness to light. Yeah, I think you're bringing what was previously dark into the light and having, transformation with that. And the bee came out. So the bee is like kind of being very busy and productive, but the bee is busy and productive with people or, whatever is at its same frequency. So you focusing on your alignment first and then letting, people and ideas and projects like kind of come to you, whatever feels right. It is more so about what feels right versus like thinking things out, when it comes to relationships or opportunities or whatever, like really feel it out. Don't think it out. And that's how you can find your true radiance with how you can radiate and come here be who you are meant to be and focus more on being. And that's actually what you came here to do, versus making it too complicated or anything. I kind of want to read the light to darkness though. Okay. 19. Death and rebirth, darkness to light. Why am I stuttering? Okay, I had too much coffee. This card indicates a time of closure and great transition is ahead. This may seem like a relatively minor event, or it may seem like something big, like the ending of a relationship, a job, or a long-time residence. Remember, however, that this card signifies important change. Even out of the most difficult experience or the deepest darkness comes a new life filled with light and unexpected blessings. The Black Panther is a symbol of power through transformation. Although the panthers are intense, they bring the mystical message that you have the power to let go of your fear of the unknown. When you do so, you will come out of the darkness enlightened and wake up to a newly conscious life. Panther priestess, dressed in white, comes to tame the difficult energies within this transition. She carries an antler totem icon of clear perception, and she directs you to open your awareness to the new opportunities coming your way. Any change that may present itself should be considered from a spiritual point of view. Look within. Whether you are dealing with a lost job or shifting or ending a relationship, there's a deeper message or lesson in the experience. Trust in yourself and trust in yourself and in your future, for you are stronger and more resourceful than you realize. Your personal power is charged with the energy of your eternal spirit. It will light the darkness and carry you forward into a truly wonderful new life. Affirm, I tune into my eternal soul for power and direction. I fearlessly face the future. So that's the most powerful thing. You could definitely be opening up to the unknown in a whole new way, but that's the direction. That's where you got to go. That's where the most expansion is going to be with the North Node in Pisces in the 11th house and all this stuff happening in your 12th house. Release control. Trust your internal alignment and core to bring the right relationships and everything towards you, and then to release what's not serving you anymore. All right. Thank you so much, Taurus. If you would like to check out my readings, check out my link in bio. Hi, Gemini. Okay, so let's see what's going on for you. Okay, so we have Mars entering your 5th house, giving you a lot of passion, a lot of excitement. You're going to want to have fun. You're going to want to express yourself. You're going to want to be spontaneous and connecting with people that really like you're excited to meet and whatever. This is going to give you a boost with dating too. This is going to be just amping up your passion, and you could be really motivated with passion projects. There's going to be a back and forth though with Saturn and Neptune in the 11th. So this could be just blocks or like a slowdown with either a project that you're working on, or this could be a realignment with friendships, because this is the relationship access. What do you want to do for fun, and what are your hopes and your dreams and your goals, and what is that inner vision that you need to take seriously with your hopes and your dreams so you can bring it out, connect with the right people, connect with the right networks and co-collaborations, and take your dreams seriously, and so you can make them a reality. And maybe there's a way you've been holding yourself back when it comes to what you're truly passionate about and expressing yourself in a way that you've been really wanting to, because Mars is going to make a nice trine to Uranus in the first house. So there's like an innovative way that you're expressing yourself. You're feeling a little rebellious, a little revolutionary, really just being a little bit more spontaneous and playful. But that's what's going to open up the world for you and kind of get you on this higher timeline. And then Mars trine Pluto, it's in alignment with like your beliefs and your vision. And the ninth house is really powerful. It's like whatever you believe in, make sure you believe in something really, really powerful, and that you can go conquer the world, and you can manifest really easily, and all the ways that you can. The mountain sounds like it's crumbling out there. So sorry. The ways that you can that you believe that you can go out and conquer the world. Make sure you have powerful beliefs, because this can give you just that big boost of really following your instincts to go in the right direction and to connect with the right people, to, work with a broader group and be powerful out in the world with creating a whole new vision. So I love that. There might be, just things that you have to let go of, like what you thought was a part of a vision, but maybe it was a little unrealistic. Maybe there's a friend that you're cutting out because you guys just aren't aligning anymore. Maybe this is a whole restructuring of your social media, because you want to put more of your authentic voice out. There's such weird noises out there right now. Like, I don't even know what's going on. So, okay. So no, whatever you release right now, whatever's kind of heavy and holding you back from this bigger, bolder vision, there's way more coming in, that is in alignment with your Dharma timeline and with more of who you authentically are. So don't be afraid to kind of break out of any boxes that have been holding you back. If you're really feeling, the call to, go in a certain direction. Okay. And then we have the full moon in Aquarius. So this is really powerful, because the ninth house is all about our beliefs, and our beliefs create our reality. So there might be something that you're letting go of. Maybe a relationship does come in and change up the way you see things out in the world, or maybe you get a whole new perspective. It's going to kind of amp up this tension between the 11th house and the 5th house. And the 11th house is where you co-collaborate with people. The 5th house is where you create on your own. How can you find that balance? And then, be more focused on your full vision of what you want. Yeah, you might be changing your beliefs. You might realize that you need more knowledge. You might be shifting your perspective. Be wary of debates, I guess, I would say, because that could get exhausting. The power is in being able to see both sides, because if you get stuck on one side, you usually can't see all of the other side. And we need to work above the sides, and that's where the power is. And then, so nice trine though, and you can find the right relationships and the right passions and the right co-collaborations that you can really work with, releasing old beliefs so you can have a spotlight on this new vision of what you really want to go and achieve out in the world. Because the ninth house is just our beliefs of what we can possibly achieve, and we could be receiving like a download from our higher self to really be inspired to go in a certain direction. And it's all about setting those intentions. So Mercury is going to be direct in your third house. So if there was a lot of delays with projects or social media stuff or tech stuff, or car stuff, you're moving forward, you're done with that intensity. Maybe you switched up your mindset to be more in alignment with your bigger beliefs. And then Saturn is going to make a sextile to Uranus. So there could be the ways that you're expressing yourself in a more authentic way that's helping you connect with new friends and big, bold dreamers. The more that you can be your authentic self, the more that you can get more of this vision of how you can manifest your hopes and dreams in a lot easier way, with more just surrendering and not needing to have such a strict plan or anything. It's more about surrendering into your higher self and into more of your authentic self, so you can connect with the right relationships and just opportunities that can magically kind of come your way, as long as you're in alignment first. And then, oh, one sec. Of course, it's a spooky Scorpio moon right now. And I like, two of my cats like aren't even in the house. So I'm like, oh my God, where are they even? And of course, I'm gonna go get them after this. Almost done. Because I looked for them, but they're not coming. So I'm gonna, find them after. Okay, so and then we have Jupiter and Venus in your second house, giving you a big boost with your finances. The second house is our income, it's our financial stability, it's what we have, what we need for financial stability. And this could be you getting a raise, getting a promotion, receiving just a big, abundant amount of money. Also, this is a really great time to release any of the money blocks. So you can just have that more unlimited mindset when it comes to abundance. There is no lack. There's just the perception that we need to take off. And so we can allow abundance to kind of, flow into our lives from anywhere. And the more that we, the less that restrictions that we have around that, the more abundance can actually flow into our lives. So really manifest some money, easy money. You get paid to exist, and something like that. You're going to get make bank off of this creative project or this idea or whatever. And or just leave it up to the universe. The universe will figure out ways that money can flow into your life if you just affirm for it. So you can do that. Okay, and then there's everything moving into your fourth house. There's going to be a big focus on home, family, and foundation. And you're going to want to plant those seeds with your home and foundation. Maybe you want to make things more comfortable. Maybe you want to throw out a bunch of stuff. Maybe you want to remodel, redecorate. And this could be a nice intentional thing that you do, and revamp your place in a way that matches who you're becoming, because everything, our external reality matches is what's going on internally. And there's there's just like a symbiotic thing, or, that happens when you clean up your external reality, like things just, get cleaner internally also. So that's a really good thing for that. One sec, I gotta let my dog out. Okay, so we got boundaries that came out. You might need to set some boundaries. Maybe you've had lax boundaries when it comes to your relationships and your dreams. It's really important for you to have that bigger focus with where you want to go for the long term and establish those boundaries. There might be too many people just taking your time and your energy. See all these hands reaching in? That's what happens when you're vibrating, higher in general. People down here, they start wanting your energy, because when you're down here, you can't receive energy, yourself. So, you need to watch your boundaries, make sure you're not just being sucked dry from all your time and your energy and all of that. And guide came out, the illuminated path. Yeah, I think you're going to get kind of some sort of direction that is illuminated and kind of made clear to you when it comes to this bigger direction that you're meant to go in. And it's going to lead you to more of a foundation. The beaver came out, and I love the beaver because it's kind of like building, it's building a solid foundation in a home. And yeah, I like that. Maybe water around the home would really help too. But let me read guide. So the illuminated path. The priestess guide on this card illuminates the path ahead with her right hand, the right hand of action. On her left, the side of receiving. A wolf offers her guidance. Hey. A wolf offers her guidance as well. This card is about your personal path, encouraging a deeper awareness of the choices coming up in your life. Yeah, the 12th or Aries ruling your 11th house. This is your personal path. This is where you don't need to ask anybody else. You need to just listen to you and follow where you're being called. Awareness of choices coming up in your life. The wolf is a symbol of strength and freedom. And this is the core of the message on this card. You're free to create the path that lies before you. You have the strength to see it through, no matter which one you take. It's time to seek the wisdom of your own inner guide and meditate and ask if a new or different direction regarding business, family, or personal matters is calling for you. Then muster up the courage and self-trust to take the necessary steps forward. I love that. This card could indicate the coming of a new teacher into your life. It may be somebody who advises you in a specific personal areas such as education, nutrition, or finances. It could be someone who pursues a more spiritual path. Let yourself be open to the guidance and inspiration of such new teachers can bring together with the wisdom of your own inner voice. You will find the path before you illuminated, and you will be ready to take your next steps with clarity and purpose, with the clarity and the purpose that your eternal life deserves. Affirm. I direct my own destiny in every way. I open myself to the loving guidance I receive from others, from the universe, from within. So yeah, that's really nice because you have a lot of social aspects coming in. So, people that come in that are meant to help you onto your path in the right direction is, really powerful, especially with this new moon in Aquarius. And yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Gemini. Hi, Cancer. So let's see what's going on for you. This is more of a tense month in the only in the beginning for you, because whenever there's a tense aspect in the angles of the house, usually there's, bigger adjustments or events that happen externally. So you make the bigger shifts and adjustments. So what's happening is Mars is going to be in the 4th house opposite Saturn and Neptune in the 10th. So Mars in the 4th house, there might be some frustration in your personal life with home or family or certain relationships. And there's a need to find more balance, with your home and these personal relationships. And there's also a need to pay attention to where are you going with this long-term direction. With Saturn and Neptune going retrograde in your 10th, what is that long-term direction that you're going towards? What are your highest visualizations? Yeah. Well, Neptune, you're going internal and you're connecting with that vision and to that inspiration, and you could have rose-colored glasses and everything, and that's amazing. You need to do that. But with Saturn here, you're grounding it into reality. Saturn asks you to build things, slowly and steadily and consistently on a daily basis. There might be some frustration with neighbors, possibly. So watch out for that. I have the worst neighbor ever. She literally pepper sprayed my dog in the face, like over the fence. And she's back now. And I swear to God, if she does something like that again, I just, obviously calling the cops, going to post her all over social media. She was in the Goonies. So I don't know. I feel like I could go viral or something, like just like shouting out her name or something. She's just such a, like, you know, not a good person. She like she is a straight up terrorist. But anyway, hopefully you don't have to deal with that. I'm worried about this on my side. But anyway, so make sure that so with your 10th house, you're going internal, you're connecting to that bigger vision of what you want to go achieve out in the world. And Saturn, you're grounding it into reality. And you got to make sure that this vision is really from your heart. It's from that bigger soulful essence of you, and not from the ego, because from the ego, we can maybe go in the wrong direction or build too fast. Build out of like thinking we need something outside of us versus recognizing that we already have everything inside of us, and building from there. Or it's not even building from there, it's kind of being more so in flow and in alignment with who you really are to make this like bigger legacy happen out in the world. And yeah, it's kind of about softening for control too. You can surrender a bit more. You can let go of being too rigid or being too structured, or unless you are already like so in flow with that, maybe you do need structure, whatever. Finding that balance, and finding that balance when it comes to relationships too, with home and family, and who you let into your personal life. And maybe you need to find a work between being at work too much or being at home too much, whatever is the balance that you really need. Okay. And then I like that. You might be purging a lot of fears, with your internal world. And it kind of there could be a relationship coming your way that kind of like opens up the way you see things and, kind of phrase you. But Mars is making a trine to Pluto in the 8th house. So there could be there can be just a powerful transformation when it comes to past stories and relationships from the past that frees you up with 8th house things, which could be, guilt, shame, many of those stuck emotions, fears or doubts that stopped us from really going out and doing what we wanted to do out in the world. With this trying to Uranus, maybe you're receiving just spontaneous downloads from your higher self that's that's giving you that insight and also awakening you to more of where you stopped yourself in the past, but now you can just be more awakened and more of a conscious creator of your reality. And yeah, there could be relationships coming in, like soul family, strong co-collaborations that really inspire you and uplift you, and get you going in the right direction. So yeah, full moon in Aquarius. So there's going to be a spotlight on the 8th house. This is definitely, doing that deep internal healing, seeing where we're stuck in our emotions down here. So we can let that come up, let that rise to the surface. And we might be facing the past when it comes to relationships. So we can clear that out. So we can become more magnetic. So we can live up here and let the life force kind of flow through in a really powerful way with Pluto here. If you do that intense clearing, you can let more of your powerful life force flow through you. And just be more of a magnet to, just people and opportunities, and, a bigger group that you can even co-collaborate with. So it's like letting things go so you can, just shed, so you can be more magnetic and love all parts of yourself. And just be so much more in tune with the core of who you truly are. And then I love, okay, so after all that frustration, know that you are lucky anyway. This entire month, you are lucky. So whatever changes you have to make, whatever you really have to let go of, you are getting a big lucky boost either way. You should be manifesting this whole month too, and every single day. I mean, I do that all day, every day anyway, even with lucky or not lucky aspects, just do it. Like we should all be manifesting our reality all of the time. And I love how Jupiter conjunct Venus in the first house is going to be conjunct Sirius, which is the sun's spiritual star, the higher dimensional sun. So you could be receiving just major downloads, from your higher soulful aspects that gives you that wisdom and that inner knowing with where you're supposed to go, who you can really connect with, bigger inspirations for your life. And yeah, it could have to do with, what you value. It could deal with your relationships. It could deal with your overall vision. Since this is happening in your first house, this kind of affects all areas of your life and you can get into major alignment. So this is going to be a very powerful this is happening on the 11th. That'll be a really powerful time to really listen to your inner world and to receive all that abundance that is coming your way from the universe. And you can have that inner knowing and you can be more so on your Dharma timeline after. And yeah, if you're single, this is going to be a good time to put yourself out there. You could meet a very significant relationship that is like a higher level soulmate connection. If you are wanting to magnetize money into your life, you could receive money very easily. Whatever you really want to set your intentions on, like you are lucky, you are extremely lucky. And this is kind of resetting a whole new cycle when it comes to love and luck and just abundance. You're planting those seeds for your future growth moving forward. So know how you want to present yourself to the world, how you can step into that highest version of yourself, because the first house is all about how you present yourself to the world and how you can be that bigger version of yourself, that one you're imagining, and how can you embody it and find the expansion with that. And yeah, you're just getting in tune with that internal vision first, and maybe, doing identity work, writing it all down and receiving that higher guidance of who you're stepping into so you can have the ultimate expansion later. And then we have, let's see, Mercury going direct. So if there was a slowdown with money, and needing to restructure your finances and material security, you're moving forward now, with more, releasing maybe some limiting mindsets or programming around money. So you have more expansion. So you can get paid to exist, and money is easy. All your actions create money. You can have very powerful affirmations and just kind of move forward in a more confident way with your finances and creating financial stability and security. Venus is going to move in here too. So it's going to give you a nice money boost. You can create income streams. You could have a lot of creative ideas with making money. You could just be receiving more from clients and from whatever. So open yourself up to receive. And this is also going to give you more of a confidence boost, because this is going to boost up your self-worth. And when you boost up your self-worth, you can also receive more. And let's see. So Uranus is going to sextile Saturn and Neptune. So this is kind of guidance from your higher self, like guidance from the other side, and you're receiving that. So you can kind of show up out in the world in a way that, is inspiring you. This can kind of open up the ways that maybe you were rigid with how you were out in the world, that, you can embrace more of that curiosity and playfulness and more of your spiritual self. So you can be a little bit more dynamic out in the world and explore new perspectives, and yeah, just be open to the ways that you can be more empowered with how you're out in the world, and kind of listen to that spiritual spontaneity. You know, Uranus in the 12th kind of reminds me of spiritual spontaneity. And this could free you from the ways that you maybe limited yourself from being fully bold out in the world and fully just courageous with going after your goals. And what else do we have? New moon in Virgo. So new moon in Virgo, you're planting seeds when it comes to your everyday life. This is also writing. This is your social media. You're releasing, being too structured here, so you can just be more in flow with your bigger beliefs and your bigger Delulu visions out in the world. The ninth house, you better have Delulu beliefs. You better have a big imagination that you're really, really connected to, and receiving all those messages from your higher self, so you can care less about the little details in the everyday life, and be just, focus on the bigger picture and the long-term vision, and have trust and faith and belief in the flow that you're going to get there. It's just all about, releasing the resistance and getting in your own way, possibly, so you can just be in that higher flow mode. That's how you're going to receive everything that you want. And then you can plant seeds, so your everyday life can be more supportive of who you are now. And yeah, you can have major breakthroughs with where you can receive higher guidance, and maybe plant seeds with like a book, or, a podcast, or teaching, or traveling. Where, this looks like your soul could just be calling you to do something really randomly, because it's going to be square Uranus in the 12th. And you can plant those, start something, I guess, with whatever you're being called to start. And then, yep. Okay. We got it all. Bam. Okay. So building your world, creation, expansion, networking. It's definitely about connecting with the right people. 33 came out too. So co-collaborations are definitely coming in. Co-collaborations that you can build with and network with and find a lot of expansion with. And miracles. You're tuning into that ancient wisdom that you are supernaturally in tune with anyway. And this is wisdom from past lifetimes. It's your soulful wisdom that is leading you to create what is going to bring you the most abundance and the best relationships and everything. See, she has a little like orb of a seed that she wants to plant, that is wanting to come through you. It's coming from this ancient wisdom that's already within you. And inner temple, devotion, tune into the portal of your heart and be devoted to that, because that's where you're receiving all your answers this month. Tune into the portal of your heart, and that is your inner compass. And that's where you'll find that peace and serenity and your guidance. So let's read the Cobra, because Cobra came out too. And I think the Cobra just kind of sits and waits for the right time to strike. And that's kind of perfect for this month, because you're definitely tuning in. And then, with Aries ruling your 10th house, it's like, you know when to take action. You listen to that intuition, and you take action, and it's fast and it's quick. It's not a lot of effort. It's minimal effort, but it gets the job done. And so and it's also masculine energy. So Cobra, pausing, waiting, the inner teacher. The Cobra represents a teacher or spiritual guardian. The Cobra hovers and watches, ever present, ever protecting, ever loving. The essence of the Cobra is found deep within us in the form of the inner teacher, and manifests externally in those special guides who've led us along our path. What would it feel like to be a student again? What are you ready to learn? Remember the old saying, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. So when in balance, a student of life, humble, wise, when out of balance, know-it-all, egocentric, bring into balance by taking a class and studying. So yeah, I like that. That is the bigger direction that you're going in with the North Node in the ninth house. You're kind of meant to maybe learn something new, kind of maybe travel, expand your worldview in some way. And we can do that through books, or we can do that through traveling, or through people, in so many different ways. But that will kind of give you, or just going within, actually, there's a lot of knowing that you can get within, by feeling your emotions and everything, that gives you that wisdom from all your past lifetimes that you don't know how you know, but and it's going to lead you in the right direction. That is ultimately meant for you and going to push you onto your higher lucky timeline. Anything else? Nope. That's it. All right. Thank you so much, Cancer. If you would like a reading, check out my link in bio.